to, everybody whose parents are going through ailments and those who are with their parents during these times. And even if you yourself are, all praises, all prayers for y'all. And may y'all enjoy the rest of y'all's Shabbat.
Praise God, sister. Praise God. Prayers up for everybody going through something like you said. And we also appreciate everything you continue to do for this ministry and any and all input you may have in today's class. And you may have something to say about this, even though you're a woman. Indeed, a lot of women may have something to say about this one. And of course, y'all got to give it up to Big Chill, who's behind the wheel, the man himself who provides the platform, the man himself who is responsible for a lot of us meeting each other. God used him to bring us all together. Y'all give it up for Brother Gideon. Y'all got to get a man his props, the apex predator catcher himself.
Awesome, y'all.
With that, the kneecapper?
No, for the judge.
Oh my goodness. There she is. The knee slapper, as it were. And also, y'all, shout out to Kneecap. Kneecap, no cap.
No, for the judge.
That's a new nickname, by the way, y'all. Kneecap, no cap. Meaning kneecap, but she don't cap. Kneecap, no cap. Knee slapper. Y'all make sure y'all put that in the chat. Kneecap, no cap. You follow what I'm saying? That's a shirt right there, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Also, Needion. That's a combination of Gideon and knee, by the way. Needion. Right? But the title of today's class is, as all y'all can see, is Man Up. Yes, sir. Today's class is titled Needion. Man Up. The title of and I figured this is a nice follow-up to the class we did last week about the prenup God, in which we prove that God, the God of this Bible, is a prenup God, meaning when he married his bride, Israel, the nation of Israel, he had pre-existing conditions on what they would get in case or in the event of a divorce. And what they would get in an event of a divorce was nothing. They came with nothing. They left with nothing. And that was the blueprint for how men are supposed to move today. Wasn't offending anybody. Wasn't trying to attack any women. Just showing y'all what the book say. And see, what I like about the Bible is the truth is going to piss you off at first when you first hear it, depending on what truth it is. You know, some people deal with things better than others, but eventually all of us becomes used to it. And we get to the point where we no longer rebel against the truth. We no longer resent the truth. In fact, we love it because it's for our own good. See, when God tells us to do something a certain way, y'all, it's for our own good. Just like when we tell our kids to do stuff, it's for their own good. And we need to realize that when God tells us to do something for our own good, that means that if we don't do it, it's going to hurt us. It's not going to work. So that's the way we need to approach the truth when we hear it. It's for our own good. This is the way we have to do it. If we don't do it his way, it's not going to work. And last time I checked, sisters and brothers, unless I'm mistaken, all of y'all who are trying to accomplish certain goals want them to work out. Right, Kellabrew? Right, Keanu? Right, Gideon and Kneecap, no cap? We all want what we're doing, what our goals are, to work out. We do. Nobody says, oh, I hope I get married and the marriage don't work.
Right.
Nobody says, I hope I go to college and end up flunking out. Nobody says, I'm playing the lottery and I hope I lose.
Right.
Nobody says that. Anything that we want, the process by which we go about doing it, we hope it works. And today's class is no different. See, I wanted to do this because we are literally living in a society, Western mostly, where not only have gender roles been blurred, they've been confused. They've been reversed. In fact, a lot of y'all may not know this, but a lot of people, mostly women, but a lot of men too, are saying that it is toxic to tell men and young boys to man up. How many of y'all have ever heard that? That it's toxic or it's wrong
Yeah,
to
I hear it all
tell
the time.
men or young boys to man up. And the reason why that is because, per usual, Satan is behind all of this. See, Satan wants roles to be confused and reversed. That's why today on university campus, not in the streets, y'all, not in barbershops, on university campuses, it's a debate on what is a man and what is a woman. Yes, that is a debate. I'm 45. Just 20 years ago, when I was 25, I would have never thought in my entire life that just 20 years later, grown men and women at educational institutions would be arguing over what is a man and what is a woman. I would have never thought that. I knew we were going to decline, morally, but I did not think that this would be a debate. And now it's gotten so bad that we can't even tell a man to man up, which has a specific meaning. We're going to get off into that. And we can't tell young boys to man up because they'll tell you that's toxic masculinity you're teaching them. I even went on some sites where they try to tell you that telling men to man up and young boys to man up is damaging their mental health. And not surprising, most of these sites, the author of them was women. And this is what we're going to get into today because the main people who are defining what it means to be a man or how a man should act are women. We got women telling us how to be men. This is especially true in the Black community. I'm not attacking nobody. I'm just stating the facts. If you don't like facts, statistics, and data, this is not the ministry for you. Might as well leave out the way you came in. But statistically speaking, this is especially true for Black people because most of us come from single mother households. So it's only natural that if most of us were raised by single mothers, who do you think are telling the young boys what a man is or how a man should act? For the most part, there might be other influences like an uncle or a football coach or your neighbors or your child's friend's father or something like that. There might be other influences, but for the most part, the parent, the single mother is telling the young boys what it means to be a man. And that doesn't mean that if you are a single Black mother, by default, you don't know how to tell your son to be a man. That does not mean that. I am not saying that. Please don't leave out here saying you don't think that a mother can teach a boy what a man is. The most she can do actually is teach him, but she can't really show him because she's not a man. But she can tell him and, naturally, because he actually is going to grow up to be a man, he can just embody those teachings. So it's not impossible. She can just tell him, don't do this, this is what a man do, this is what a woman do. This is what a man do, this is what a woman do. But son, I can't embody what a man is. Only you can do that. But I can tell you. And there have been countless incidents of single mothers raising up strong men. I just want to dispel that. Because I don't want y'all to think I'm one of these dudes coming on here saying, oh, if you're a single mother or a single Black mother, you can't tell a young boy how to be a man. You can't teach him. Yes, you can. You just can't show him because you're not a man yourself. You don't walk like a man. You don't got a deep voice like a man. And you're soft and feminine. But you can tell him, and he can naturally embody those teachings and grow up into a strong, fine young man. Nothing wrong with that. But even still, in the Black community and the world in general, we have women telling us how men should behave and what a real man is. Have y'all ever noticed? Y'all give me a W in the chat if you have. Have y'all ever noticed that when you go on social media and you see somebody post something saying a real man is, and they go on to say whatever it is? I've done it myself. But have y'all noticed that on social media, when you see that, it's mostly women saying that stuff? Tell me if I'm wrong. Keller Brew?
Not lying, brother.
Whenever you go on social media, they'll say a real man is, and 9 out of 10 times, it's a woman.
Right.
Because what they want to do is define what a real man is. So a real man won't man up. And what I'm going to show y'all in this class today is that we are told in the Bible to man up. And when I say man up, I mean the literal definition that we're going to read. That means walk like a man, talk like a man, be a man. All the stuff they call stereotypical and toxic masculinity and misogyny, that's what we're supposed to be. In other words, middle finger to all feminists. They got a problem with it. Middle finger to all of y'all.
Oh, what happened?
Because I'm going to show y'all what the words say. I'm tired of women trying to tell us how to be men.
Just like always
You got a
hanging
hot
out.
mic, Gideon. You got a hot mic, Gideon.
Oh, my bad, brother Josh.
Yeah. But I want y'all to know this. Y'all need to understand this. I don't care what any feminist say. I don't care what any woman in her feelings say. I'm going to show y'all that we're supposed to be all that stuff, according to the Bible, that they like to call toxic masculinity. Because what they want y'all to believe, and when I say y'all, I don't mean just men. I mean other women. They want y'all to believe that being a man in of itself is toxic. That's not true. So I'm doubling down. I'm teaching my young brothers and men my age and a little older what it really means to man up. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to an article. Y'all know I love to do what I do, but first we're going to define what man up means, because it's actually a term that you can look up in the dictionary. Did y'all know that? Let me know in the chat if y'all knew that you can actually look up man up in the dictionary. Like what? Not in the slang dictionary, regular dictionary. I just put it the link in your DM, Sister Keanu. She's gonna share it. You can actually look it up. It's not something that just slang. It has an origin. The first time somebody worded it like that. But the concept has always been here, y'all. Now we're going to the Merriam-Webster dictionary and we're looking up man up. So Keanu has it on the screen right now. Keanu, if you be so kind, read that definition, please. If you're talking, we can't hear you. I see your mic lighting up, but we can't hear you. Can anybody else hear her? Because I can't.
No, I can't hear, brother.
I can't hear.
Yep, nobody can hear you, Keanu. You have a cold mic. You are anti-Gideon and knee right now. They have a hot mic. It's saying that she's trying to talk because I can see her square turning green. It's not working, Keanu.
If I
don't even
talk
see
on, can they still hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you on Clubhouse if you talk on Clubhouse. Yeah.
Okay, because
I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my Discord. We might have to do that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but as long as y'all can see my screen, I can just do it this way for now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so man up in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. The informal definition, to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or challenge in a way that is considered strong or manly.
Now look what this definition says, y'all. To make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation, that means something you have to do, like, be responsible. We have to be responsible as men, right? Take accountability, be leaders, providers, protectors. Those are our obligations, right? To make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge. Young brothers, old brothers, life is full of challenges.
Right.
But the man it up means to do it in a way that is considered strong or manly. Now, before we go on, can anybody in the chat or on the stage, any of the chat rooms, Clubhouse, Discord, can any one of y'all show me anything in this definition that's inherently wrong or bad?
No, negative.
Y'all tell me. No. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with telling a young man, an old man, or a young boy who's, a man in training to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge in a way that is considered strong or manly? What is wrong with telling a young man to do that? And the reason why I'm asking y'all that is because I don't see anything wrong with it either. But believe it or not, we're going to read 2 articles where women have a big problem with it. And it's more than 2 articles online. I had actually go through a bunch of them and decide which ones I was going to use. I was tempted to read about 5 or 6 of them. I said, I ain't going to never get to the scripture if I do that. It's plenty of them online, and a handful of them are written by men too. Right? But as men, we are supposed to, and I'm going to show y'all this in the book. I'm just giving y'all definitions first. We're supposed to make an effort to deal with something in a way that is considered strong or manly. In other words, when life hits us with challenges, we're supposed to be strong about it. We're supposed to be tough. We're supposed to be manly. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all these words too. In when we start looking stuff up. That's what we're supposed to be doing. But modern day society, we can't even tell young boys to be men. Act like men. Be strong when faced with a challenge. And like I said, it's always mostly the women who's defining what a real man is. I would never listen to a woman tell me what a real man is, except for 2 conditions. 1, she's married to one. If she married one, of course you know what one is. She married one. Or 2, she raised one. Or is raising one. And I throw a 3rd condition in there, if possible, if her father is one. In other words, when women tell you what a real man is, they don't have an example to go off of. It's just their emotions. And most of the time when they define a real man, what they really are defining, brothers, say it with me, is a real simp.
Right.
That's what they're going to mostly define for you. They're going to define a real simp. Most women, when they define a real man today, not all, everything about that man that they describe is going to be something that benefits them, the woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Even though the Bible gives us the opposite. The Bible says that the woman was created to enhance the man. That's what a helpmate is, or a helpmeet. is they supposed to enhance us. They supposed to, if I get married, my wife supposed to take this Josh that y'all know and love and make him a better Josh. I'm supposed to come on here one day and I'm supposed to be like, went Super Saiyan, and y'all supposed to be like, Josh must have got married because he don't hit a major leap in what he does. That's what a woman is supposed to do. That is not an insult. That is an honor. I took this brother and I made him better. I didn't create him. I'm not trying to take credit for what he already is, but what I can say is when I married him, he went up a few levels. And depending on a woman, you'll go up a lot of levels. That's what God created y'all for. So when I see women today saying you shouldn't tell young boys or men to man up, it makes me wonder, if you don't want them to man up, then what do you want them to really do? You want them to man down.
Right.
And what does it mean when you say man down? Y'all play Call of Duty, man down. What that mean?
I mean, you dead.
That mean he either dead or defeated. Or defeated. That's what that mean, right? That's what that means. It means dead or defeated. Now, you know they don't want you dead because they want to use you. So when they say man down, that means keeping you down. I'm going to show y'all this. This is not an attack on women. I'm just going to show y'all in society so y'all can see for yourself. Because a lot of things I know when I say it, and if you're new to this ministry or just passing through for the first time, y'all be like, this dude don't know what he's talking about. He's just talking. But I do my research, and now what we're going to do, Sister Keanu, since we know that there is an actual definition of man up, we're about to go to this website, this article. I'm putting it in your DM right now, this link. And we're going to read something very interesting. I just sent it to you. Because y'all need to understand this. That's why I'm telling y'all, man up. Don't go on social media and let women tell you what it means to be a real man. They love that. They love that stuff. Right? Now, this is the website. It is on bbc.com. Could you zoom that in a little bit, Keanu? Because I want to make sure they see this. And what is the title of that article, Sister Keanu?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
It is it okay to tell someone to man up?
So that's the question they're putting forth. And who is the author of this article? It's right under the date that it was published.
Hannah Youssef.
Hannah Youssef, right? Is that a woman?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a woman asking a question about, is it okay to tell someone to man up? Let's just see what this article says, right?
According to the Oxford English Dictionary, to man up is to demonstrate toughness or courage when faced with a difficult situation.
Basically the same thing that Merriam-Webster said. Merriam-Webster went the extra mile and said in a manly way, right? But continue.
By linking those admirable qualities with men, this phrase is viewed by some as sexist.
But why? Help me to understand this, y'all. If I'm telling a man to man up, how is that sexist? Notice what they're trying to do is they're trying to make us telling our young boys and our adult males to man up. That is sexist. Sexist means something that's wrong. That's bad. That's sexist. You're telling a man to do what? Remember, when we go back to the original definition, and it's at the top, but I'll read it in the Merriam. It says to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge in a way that is considered strong or manly. How is that sexist or bad if I'm telling a man to do that? He said, but it's viewed by some as sexist, right? Okay, because I'm gonna show y'all that if that's the truth, then God was a sexist.
Right.
I'm gonna show y'all that. But continue.
So when Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt used it to try to get rival Boris Johnson to take part in a TV debate, he was quickly criticized for being archaic and damaging to young boys and girls.
So you had the former Secretary Jeremy Hunt, and he tried to get this guy named Boris Johnson to debate him in a political debate on TV. And he told the guy, because the guy was acting scared, he told him to man up. It said he was quickly criticized for being archaic. Archaic means ancient, old, or old-fashioned, right? You know, like this Bible we read. Ain't it ancient? Ain't it archaic? Ain't it old? Old-fashioned? Do everybody agree with that the Bible is old and old-fashioned? Do we all agree with that?
Yes.
Sir.
I think we forget that sometimes. We like to dismiss something if it's ancient or old. They'll say, that's out of style. Right? That's old. But the most read, published, and purchased book in the world is archaic. Isn't that crazy? The number one read, published, and purchased book in the world falls under the category of archaic. But it said he was criticized for being archaic and damaging to young boys and girls. So let me get something straight. First of all, y'all, how many young boys and girls, and y'all just, maybe I'm out the loop, maybe I'm not politically aware, but y'all tell me how many young boys and girls are watching political debates? Y'all tell me in the chat. Keanu?
Not many.
How many 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds are tuning in to political debates, y'all?
None.
Seriously, none. Ain't no 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds running home from school. Ooh, I got to catch that debate between Jeremy Hunt and Boris Johnson. So how is it that what he said is damaging to young boys and girls? Wouldn't they have to hear it first? Wouldn't they have to be watching it? Young boys and girls are not interested in that stuff. But I'm trying to show y'all how extreme they get to try to get away from us telling y'all young boys and our men to man up. They want to keep them gender roles blurred, confused, and reversed. They want to do that. You're damaging the young boys and young girls. I'm trying to figure out if I'm standing there talking to my young son and my young daughter is right there, and I tell my young son, you need to man up. How's that damaging her? She knows she's not a man, and she knows she's not going to grow up to be a man. So how would that be damaging her for me to tell my son he needs to man up? Make it make sense, y'all.
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. And they say he was quickly criticized, y'all. Quickly. It didn't damage me when I learned about menstrual cycles. That didn't damage me. It made me wonder why they got to do that, God? Why you make them have to do that? I had a lot of questions, but it didn't damage me as a man or as a young boy. Because what they want you to believe is just enforcing natural biological gender roles is somehow damaging the boys or the girls who fit those roles. How's that damaging? But watch what else it says, because this is a load, y'all. Continue, please, Keanu.
Mr. Hunt wrote in the Times that Mr. Johnson should not be a coward, man up, and take part in the special program on Sky News.
And notice that Mr. Johnson made being a coward the opposite of manning up, which we're going to see that's biblical too, right? See, what y'all are going to see is that there's a overt and a subtle attack on the Bible and Bible teachings. Because all I got to read is one place in the Bible where God told somebody to man up or something similar to it, and these people are the devil as far as I'm concerned. If God tells us to do it, how can it be wrong? How can it be damaging? But watch what else it says. Continue.
Michael Conroy, whose organization Men at Work helps boys and young men deal with issues around masculinity and feminism, said the use of the phrase was disappointing.
Now, let me get something straight, Keanu. Michael Conroy, that's a man, who's over an organization that's titled Men at Work. And the purpose of it is to help boys and young men deal with issues around masculinity and feminism. This guy said the use of the phrase was disappointing. Dude, you literally run an organization with the word men in it. And it says that you help boys and help boys and young men deal with issues of masculinity and feminism. So if that means that you're trying to show them that there's a difference, you have to define the differences if you're helping them deal with issues around it. But the title of your organization is Men at Work. That means it is male-centered. Why would you, who are over an organization as a man that's called Men at Work, have a problem with another man telling another man to man up? If I'm over an organization called Men at Work, that means by definition, if you're not working, then you're not a man. It said Men at Work. But now I'm trying to show you how these betas have bought into this too. I would never have a problem with, say, Brother Tommy telling his son Caleb to man up. Why would I have a problem with that? Why would I pull Tommy to the side and be like, don't tell your young son who's on his way to being a man to man up. Don't tell him to be courageous and face challenges in this world strong and like a man. Why would I pull Tommy to the side and tell him that? Why would I be disappointed? If I see Tommy in person, I'm high-fiving him. Good job, Tommy. There you go. That's how you do it. Disappointing? Right? But notice it's a woman who published this article. But continue.
Today, tomorrow, and the day after, I'll be talking to young men about how phrases like man up are harmful and asking them what they think about it, he said.
So this guy, Michael Conroy, said today, tomorrow, and the day after. In other words, I'm making this my mission statement. I'm going to be doing this from now on, unless he meant a literal, 3-day period. I'll be talking to young men about how phrases like man up are harmful and asking them what they think about it, he said. First of all, if you're over an organization, because I want y'all to see that these people, they think they slick. Let me show you something, Keanu, that a lot of y'all might have missed. It says he's over an organization titled Men at Work, right, Keanu?
Right.
And it said he helps boys and young men deal with issues around their masculinity and feminism. So that means he's teaching them, right?
Yes.
So help me understand this, Keanu. He says he's going to tell them that telling somebody to man up is harmful. And then he said he's going to ask them what they think about it. But you've already told them that it's bad. So when you ask them what they think about it, what do you think they're going to say if you're the teacher?
It's bad.
It's bad. So is he asking them what they think about it, or is he telling them what they think about it?
He's telling them. He's conditioning them.
He's conditioning them. He's grooming them. He's priming them. See, I don't do y'all like that. I read something and I say, are y'all getting the same thing out of it? I'm getting. That's how I teach. I say, what do y'all think of this? Please let me know if y'all get something different from this. But he's already coming in and telling them it's harmful. But continue, Keanu.
But the potential future prime minister has given it a green light, and that is really, really counterproductive.
It says he's giving him a green light, and that's really, really counterproductive, right? But watch what it says. Keep going.
There's a real push. It seems at the moment about male mental health, about acknowledging vulnerability, but then we just keep coming back to these high-profile voices using careless phrases.
It said there's a real push, it seems, at the moment about male. And you read anything about why it's bad to tell men and young boys to man up, they try to say it's mentally damaging. It's mentally damaging to tell a young boy or a man to man up, but you got liberals and leftists saying 8 and 9-year-olds can pick their own gender. They even let them go through sex changes. So it's mentally damaging for us to tell boys to start early acting like men. But it's not mentally damaging for a young boy to tell a girl, for a young boy to tell his parents, I think I'm a girl. And the parents enable that thought. Do y'all see what we're dealing with, y'all? In other words, they're trying to call what's correct bad and what's incorrect good. Don't the Bible say something about that in Isaiah? Woe to them that call evil good and good evil and bitter sweet and sweet bitter and light darkness and darkness light.
Yep.
So according to this, Keanu, Tommy is potentially damaging young Caleb's mental health, if he ever tells him to man up.
Caleb said, nope.
That's right, Caleb. And they said using careless phrases. Notice it said this is a careless phrase. Like if you say that to somebody, you don't care about them, or the phrase itself is careless, like you didn't put any thought into it. It was thoughtless. But here's what I want y'all to get. Read that next one.
Dr. Anand Natoro, senior lecturer
Stop. I'm sorry, Keanu. I ain't trying to be rude.
It's a
Doctor
woman.
who? Doctor, and it's a doctor. Because see, what they like to do, boy, they like to bring in the professional. Let's get a doctor up in here. Dr. Anna Nataro, but what does she major in, though?
She's a senior lecturer in media theory at the University of Dundee and UCU Scotland Equity Officer.
No, wait a minute. She's a senior lecturer in media theory. What the heck does that have to do with the psychology of understanding what it means to be a man? But you know what they try to do? Let me tell y'all what the liberals and deceitful people try to do. Because when you read that whole name, only thing that stands out is what in her name?
Doctor.
What stands out, y'all?
Doctor.
Doctor. And when we hear doctor, what do we automatically think when it comes to knowledge or trust? What do we automatically think psychologically? That they're smart, they're right, they know what they're talking about. But whenever I see doctor, I want to know what you are a doctor of. And is your doctorate pertaining to the topic at hand? Media theory ain't got nothing to do with this. So I don't care, number one, what she has to say, because she's a woman. She can't speak on this. And number two, this not even your specialty. This ain't the field you in. You in media theory. What the heck that got to do with gender and understanding gender roles? But see, this is what they do. See, I see through stuff like this, and I'm trying to train y'all to instantly spot this stuff. But what did she say how she felt about it? About the comment?
She said that it was deeply disheartening.
Deeply disheartening. In other words, very discouraging, hurtful even. brings you down, right? But continue, because I want y'all to see this stuff. This is what they doing. Go ahead.
One might expect from someone in that position a more sophisticated understanding of the problems with common phrases like that, she added.
So now she's trying to shame the guy. She said, one might expect from someone in that position, you know, the guy that said it, a more sophisticated understanding of the problem with common phrases like that, she said. In other words, we should expect better from him. So now she's trying to shame him for using that phrase. And this is what they try to do. See, y'all can't shame me, because in order for y'all to shame me, I first got to be ashamed myself of what I'm saying. You can't shame somebody who's not ashamed of what they're doing. That's why people say, you slut shaming her. I can't slut shame a slut. How do I do that? She knows what she does. She's not ashamed of doing it. In order for you to shame somebody, there must first be some. Don't y'all understand that? How I'm gonna fat shame somebody when they want to shame to let themselves get that big and go out in public in the first place? How can I fat shame you? You're not ashamed of it. I can try to make you feel ashamed about being fat. I can try to make you feel ashamed about being a slut, but I can't do it if you're already not ashamed of it, or even worse, proud of it. So nobody can shame me on what I teach, because I'm not ashamed of it already. And you're not going to make me feel ashamed unless you can show me in the Bible that what I'm saying is wrong. That's how you shame Brother Josh. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Brother Josh. The Bible don't say that. You're right. I do feel shame, and I'm gonna change that. But that's what she tried to do. She tried to make it seem like what he said was bad. He should know better. That's what she essentially saying, right, Keanu? He should know better. And that's what y'all getting from what she's saying. He ought to know better. In his position, he ought to know better. Y'all tell me in the chat. Ain't that what she essentially saying? He should know better. Kellabrew, ain't that what she's saying? He should know better.
That's exactly what she's saying.
You feel me? This is what we need to understand, right? We got to stop all this pretending, because this is what they do. But continue reading.
Dr. Nataro cited a YouGov report showing 61% of Britain's young men feel pressured to man up as a result of damaging gender stereotypes.
Now look what it says. Dr. Nataro cited a YouGov report showing 61% of Britain's young men feel pressured to man up as a result of damaging gender stereotypes. So they're saying this damaging gender stereotypes is making 61% of British young men feel pressure to man up. Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. Y'all make sure, because I want to make sure I ain't out the loop. I'm going to ask Keanu, since she's a fellow adult and she's married to Tommy. Then I'm going to ask all of y'all in general. As adults, don't we supposed to have pressure on us if we got kids and responsibilities? Y'all tell me, Keanu.
Repeat your question.
I said, as adults, don't we supposed to have pressure on us as adults because we got responsibilities and kids and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So notice what this woman is saying here. 61% of young Britain males feel pressured when they're told to man up. In other words, that's too much pressure. You're telling me to be a man. Well, that's what you are.
Yeah.
In other words, they are turning these men, if they feel pressured, they're turning them into little, y'all know, bands, B-A-Ns. Y'all know what that stands for.
100%.
That's what they turning them to. I don't want the pressures of being a man, Dad. Can you imagine Caleb came to tell me and said that, Dad, I don't want the pressures of being a man. Tell me, boy, what? Y'all know how to tell me talk. Boy, what? You don't want the pressures of being a man? Ever? I can understand as a boy you're saying that. But as a man, because it says young men, meaning they're already adults. And when somebody tells them to man up, which I'm going to keep going back to this definition, which means to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge in a way that's considered strong and manly. So you mean to tell me you feel pressured when somebody tells you to meet a challenge or an obligation in a strong and manly way as a man? That's damaging you. That's pressuring you to the point of damaging you? Y'all tell me, is it me? Or do they want these young boys to be weak and soft? What does it sound like they're doing? Keanu, Kellerbrew, Gideon, chat?
Turning them into women.
Trying to turn them into little women. Little punks.
That's not allowed over
Why is
here.
it damaging for me to tell my son to be strong in this world? It's a hard world we live in. Why would I tell my son? I wouldn't even tell my daughter that. I wouldn't tell my daughter to man up because she's not a man, but I would tell her to be strong. But you're telling me I'm damaging my son by telling him that the world is hard and full of challenges, and therefore you need to be strong and face those challenges like a man? That's damaging him? That doesn't make any sense. But of course, it's a woman. It's a woman. Don't tell a boy to train himself to be strong. This world is full of hardships, y'all. Y'all know that. And we all know that if you are too soft and too weak as a man or a woman, this world will eat you alive. We all know that, man. This ain't even something that I don't even think a woman would debate me on. That this is a hard world. This is a tough world. Well, the first thing a woman will say is that you're supposed to be the man. Every time women get mad, they say you're supposed to be the man. Well, what does that mean then? What does that mean? I'm supposed to be the man. Meaning what? I'm supposed to do manly stuff? You know, like if there's a burglar downstairs, I'm supposed to be the man. That means I'm the one that's supposed to get down. You calling the police, I'm going down there to handle business with that tool. What do tools do? Tools fix stuff. But you ain't gonna send your wife down there. She gonna be like, you supposed to be the man. You supposed to be the provider. You supposed to be the protector. You know, like the physical protector. That's what they'll tell you. You're supposed, first thing a woman to say is man. But then they get mad when men tell other men to man up, which means act like a man, act manly. This is the reason why we got to stop listening to women, not all women, but most of them, when they try to tell us what it means to be a man, because quite frankly, they can't even really make up their minds on what it means to be a man. One minute they want a man to be strong and lead and protect, and the next minute you don't want to tell him to tell other men or his own son to be a man. Because man up just simply means you're already a man. Be more manly. Be more like a man. Man up means to raise your level as a man, as it pertains to manly things. That's what it means. So what's the problem? This world is crazy, y'all. Now it's gotten so bad that if you ask a college-educated student, a college graduate, what's a woman, what's a man? Well, that depends. On what? How they act? No, that just depends. So from a biological standpoint of view, that depends. They don't want gender roles to be clearly defined as God intended. So don't tell young boys to man up. I can do a class. I'm showing the same thing with the women. Don't tell women to act like women. Back in the day, y'all, one of the characteristics of a woman was she was supposed to be delicate and covered. In fact, even as recent as when I was a kid, it was considered disrespectful to curse in front of a woman. Did y'all know that at one time? Keanu, are you that old or that, you know? You couldn't even curse. They'll say there's a lady present.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's what they'll say. There's a lady present. Now, women today curse more than men.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
They curse more than men. I can show y'all. This is what happened. Back in the day, y'all, the only gender that was covered with tattoos were men. And it was usually men who were like, like sailors or pirates. Women were rarely caught with tattoos. And if they did get one, it was a tiny one hidden somewhere on their body covered up. You never knew a woman had a tattoo, had sex with her. That's if she even had one. Then she'll make sure it's real tiny too. Nowadays, you go out, women got them all up and down their sleeve, taking on these masculine roles. See, y'all don't understand this stuff because y'all are born after the corruption has already happened. See, when you're born in a corrupt society, that's all you know. You don't know that it don't supposed to be like this, and you've gotten used to it. But when you start reading the Bible and looking at history and studying psychology, you say, you know what? This is backwards. See, a lot of us got what we call, what I like to call Bane syndrome. Y'all know from The Dark Knight, Bane? Who ever seen The Dark Knight Rises with Bane in it? A lot of us got Bane syndrome. You're like, oh, you think the darkness is your ally? I was born in the darkness, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was a man. By that time, it was nothing but blinding. See, a lot of y'all got Bane syndrome. Y'all were born in the darkness, molded by it. You follow what I'm saying? That's what didn't Bane say that? He was born in the darkness, molded by it. That's what a lot of us got. We were born in the darkness. That's all we know. Or I can show y'all a class about that. Born in the darkness. That's what we were born in. Right? You got Bane syndrome, right? Put that right there in the chat. Make sure that I coined that phrase. If y'all ever hear anybody else say that, y'all know they stole it from me. Bane syndrome. Put that in the chat. Bye, Brother Josh. But continue reading, Keanu.
On Twitter,
she say?
some users including journalist Mariella Frostrup, a woman, questioned the meaning of the term man up.
So she questioned it, right? Scroll down. Let's see what else it says.
However, others have defended Mr. Hunt, saying his comment was relatively harmless.
Exactly. And I wouldn't even say it was relative. It did no harm at all. But continue.
Richard Joy, founder of the Recovering Man website, believes the criticism of Mr. Hunt's comment is politically motivated.
Of course, meaning liberals, leftists. That's why they criticizing it. Right? But continue.
The context in which he used it was regarding Boris debating him. So the implication was to be open to criticism, courageous and strong as a leader. Fine traits for a man in my eyes, he said.
As you're going to see in the Bible, this guy said the context in which he used it was regarding Boris debating him. In other words, man, you acting scared. Man up. And the traits of a man is courageous and strong and a leader. That's what we're supposed to be. Sisters, that's what y'all are supposed to be looking for. You're supposed to be looking for a man that has manned up and continuing to man up in any area that he needs improvement in. That guy said that's fine traits for a man in my eyes, he says, and I agree with Richard Joy. But continue.
I can't.
Mr. Joy said said the view of masculinity as something rigid and anxious inducing was not always correct, and that a broader definition was needed.
Because that's how they try to make masculinity be if we own it. They say it's rigid, like you uptight, and anxiety inducing. In other words, when you tell a young boy or a man to man up, that's anxiety inducing. That makes him, he's scared. Wait a minute, telling a man to be a man induces anxiety according to these other people? Because that's what he's debunking, Mr. Joy. He said a broader definition was needed. They want you to believe that you will scare the heebie-jeebies out of your young son or a man if you tell him to man up. In other words, they want us to be punks. But women. But watch what it says.
If you're open to seeing masculinity in a broader definition, then the one we tend to gravitate towards these days, man up, is a positive term.
And I'm going to show y'all it's a biblical term, which means it's definitely positive. But if you're open to seeing masculinity in a broader definition, which I'm going to give y'all, then it's a positive term. It is. But watch who gets the last word in. Read that, Keanu.
But Kate Halls, a mother from Derbyshire, said she was disgusted by Mr. Hunt's language.
A who from Derbyshire?
A mother.
A mother. Y'all notice that the women, they the ones that's mad. Why are the women mad that we are? And see, here's the thing too. They're mad that men are telling other men to man up. Now, y'all help me understand why a woman would have a problem with a man telling another man to man up. It's not like we're telling women to man up. Keanu, Kellebrew, Gideon, chat, y'all help me to understand. What are y'all theories on why women would have a problem with men telling other men and young boys to man up? Y'all tell me, what's y'all theory? Why would they have a problem with that?
Caleb says because they want more authority than the man.
Because they want more authority than the man. They want men they can control.
Good job.
That's why they don't want us telling men to man up. Because I'm going to show y'all in the Bible what it means to man up. And a guy who mans up, he ain't going to let no woman ever control a woman. And they see that, though. It ain't just coming from me. They know what that means. And they hate that. That's why they say, don't tell my son to man up. Don't tell him to act more like a man. Well, I wouldn't get mad if I was married to a woman and we had a daughter and she told our daughter to act more ladylike. That wouldn't bother me. Why would that make me mad? So why did women get mad when we tell men to act like men? Because when a man really gets into being a man, I'm going to show y'all, this is godly too, y'all. I'm going to show you, oh my God, it ain't just y'all think, it ain't just psychology. I'm going to give you. When a man is really in his purpose as a man, wicked women, not all women, just wicked, they know he's unstoppable. They know that. That's why they had the whole feminist movement and stuff like that. But a godly woman, when she sees that man, that he's manned up, if she's a godly woman, or sometimes the Bible calls her a virtuous woman, when she sees a man like that, she'll even say, I don't know where he's going. I just know I want to go with him. I know he's going places. He's operating in his divine purpose. Because I'm going to show y'all that the Bible describes manliness. It gives the characteristics of manliness as being a righteous man. I'm going to show y'all that. And this is why Satan's world that we live in is working overtime to make sure we never recognize that. They don't even want us to say man up, y'all. This pisses off women. That is crazy. Men don't get mad about nothing that women tell other women pertaining to being women. We don't get mad about that. I'm not going to get mad if, say, Sister Nicole see another young girl on the street and be like, you're supposed to be dressing more modest, sister. You need to be covering up. That you need to be more ladylike. Don't be telling her to be more ladylike, Nicole. Who do you think you are? A lady? Oh, yeah, Josh. That's why I told her to be more ladylike. But they always get mad. Not all of them, but they always get mad whenever we start to educate ourselves on what it means to be a man. They don't want to operate in God's divine law. They don't want to do that. That's why they're trying to get man up out the language. Y'all know I did a whole class a long time ago about political correctness, how they're trying to censor certain words and phrases because they know what they mean. You can't even say, people don't even say kill and murder anymore. They say delete and unalive. Why? Why they do that? Because, YouTube might pull my video down. You can't say rape anymore. Oh, no. That's the thing, though. Why are we censoring things that happen? Why are we getting penalized for talking about things that happen? When did words become taboo? Because they know what they mean. Everybody don't became so sensitive. Screw that. I'm going to keep telling my young brothers and adult males to man up. That's what we are supposed to do. I'm a man. What am I supposed to do? Stop trying to feminize men. But I'm going to show you something else. Let's go to another article, and then we're going to get scripture after this. There's a lot of these online, too, y'all. Oh, my God. I did not even know many of y'all. I did not know, Keanu. Kellebrew, I didn't know. There's another article. I just sent it to you. This is from yesmagazine.org. Do y'all see this? Why do they have a problem? Why don't they want us to man up? Why don't they want us to even say that? Why does this bother women?
Right.
I'm just saying. It's something for y'all to think about. Why does this bother? Look what it said. What's the title of that article?
Why we need to stop saying man up.
Okay, let's scroll down and see who's the author of this article.
This is by Crystal Jackson.
Why we? So now we got a woman speaking for why we need to stop telling men to man up. And young boys. Boy, women really need to learn how to stay in their lane. They always trying to define what a man is. That's why when you go online, and y'all sisters know I'm telling the truth, every time you read a post, a real man is by some lady. That's what they do. A real man is, and it's some lady. Can the men tell us what a real man is? I'm just saying, can it? Or not? Or no men available to tell us this stuff? Crystal Jackson. Let's see what she got to say. Go ahead.
I never used the phrase man up since I realized that I was perpetuating misogyny with those two simple words.
Misogyny? Misogyny means the hate of women. Hold on.
That don't even make sense.
How is me telling another man to man up the hate of women? This, even women in the comment section saying this is stupid and laughing at this, Keanu. In the words of Kevin J, slap thyself. Since I realized that I was perpetuating misogyny, maybe she meant misandry, which is the women. Maybe. Because I'm trying to figure out how if Keanu walked in one day and Tommy was getting on Caleb's case and saying, boy, you need to stop crying so much. It ain't hurt you that bad. You need to man up. I'm trying to figure out how Keanu will walk away from that saying, Tommy hates me.
I'll be in full out tears.
I'm trying to figure out how is that. But you see how certain women, and this is most modern day women, they take stuff and they find a way to make it about them. They find a way to make it about them. But continue, boy. This is crazy. This is crazy work right here. Go ahead and read.
I began to examine the language that we use and the negative impact of gendered language.
I began to examine the language that we use and the negative impact of gender. And she's going to use what we would consider a curse word, but I want you to read exactly what she says because that's what the article says. But go ahead.
Take, for instance, calling someone a pussy when we're implying that they are somehow weak.
Right, and y'all have heard that before. We've said it. I've said it. I don't say it on here before. Right? Now watch what she says. That just this woman. This is on a journalist site, right? But watch what she says. Go ahead.
This one has always perplexed me.
So she's confused. That would perplex me. She's confused why you would call somebody weak a pussy. She's confused by that. Watch what she says.
Hey, brother Josh.
Yes.
You know what's crazy? That word, the pussy. It actually, I forgot who told me about this, but if you look it up, that word actually doesn't come from the female vagina.
It comes from the cat, and that was me who told you that.
It was you?
Yes.
Oh man, that's crazy. Such a small world.
but yeah, because scaredy cats. Remember, it's the opposite of courage.
No, actually, no. Someone. I don't think it was you. It was something else. It's because it's a big. No, but it's a. I remember someone telling me that it was a big word. Like it's a big word, and it was like used in like medieval times.
Yeah, I think that was me, Gideon. I think that was one of our one-on-ones. Yes, I looked it up and everything.
You said pussycat though.
Yeah, I mean yes, but we looked it up and showed the etymology of what.
Oh, so it was you. Okay.
Yeah, and I said it in class too. I called the guy. I said, "Get out of here, you pussy cat." When a guy came here acting crazy. Yes, you can pull the etymology of it, right? But see, here's the thing. We know in modern language, it can refer, when guys say it, they could mean the cat, right? Scaredy cat. Or it can refer to a woman. So when you call somebody that, you're still saying they act like a woman. So it still makes sense. But watch how she breaks this down, because this woman is so stupid. But go ahead.
I'm a mother, and I can tell you that there's nothing weak about female genitalia, particularly when we're able to house babies in our bodies and then deliver them into the world.
This woman is so stupid that she think even if it's referring to the female genitalia, when you call somebody that, this woman is so stupid, she thinks it's actually referring to the durability and the strength of the female genitalia.
Ain't got nothing to do with that.
Even if we're using it to refer to the female genitalia, it's a euphemism for the woman in general. It's not specifically saying you're acting like the actual female genitalia. If you say that, that would be like saying, oh, he's so weak, he bleeds easily. I'm not trying to be graphic. I'm just letting y'all know if you make it literal like that. So why would you think somebody means that, idiot? When some guys use it as referring to the female genitalia, they still mean it to symbolize the woman in general. So it's saying that you're acting like a woman or you're acting like a scaredy cat. But this is the woman who's saying it's misogynistic for one man to tell another man to man up. I don't understand what that got to do with women. But continue.
Using our body parts to imply weakness doesn't line up with what I know about our strength.
But using the body parts of a gender can symbolize what gender you're talking about. It can do that. Nobody who says that, even when they're thinking about the female genitalia, is comparing it to the actual female genitalia. It's a symbol of being a woman. Can this woman really be this stupid, y'all? I'm gonna ask Gideon, because Gideon used to troll people. Is this woman trolling, or do you think she's serious? Because troll recognize troll.
Man,
is she really this stupid? She cannot be serious. She's serious, ain't she? She's stupid. So. Right? That's what I think. But watch what else it says.
Man up may seem like a harmless way to tell a man to step up to his responsibilities, to be strong, or to show less emotion.
Got a hot mic, Gideon. Gideon, hot mic. Gideon. I don't think he can hear us. I moved him to the audience because I don't want his conversation to be overheard. Right? But go ahead.
Okay, man up may seem like a harmless way to tell a man to step up to his responsibilities, to be strong, or to show less emotion. But the phrase itself...
Hold up. Keanu, where in the definition did it say anything about showing less emotion?
It didn't.
The first part of it about, step up to his responsibility, be strong. It don't say nothing about show. Did we read anything about showing less in the definition of man up? Y'all tell me in the chat. We ain't read nothing about that. Y'all notice how they throw their own little definitions on stuff. Right. He said nothing about that, did it? Right? Although as men, we're not supposed to be as emotional as women. That don't mean show no emotion. We're not robots. But continue.
But the phrase itself implies that doing any of these things is gender specific.
What's wrong with gender specific stuff? There are gender specific roles. See, what women like this to do, like to do, is they want to blur the roles of men and women, especially in relationships. They claim they want to do it in the workplace, but they don't. That's why most women who say they want equality, they don't go work these hard jobs. They ain't trying to work on no oil rig. They ain't trying to work on no construction site where they lifting and climbing ladders all day. You gonna have, if you got 100 men out there, you have one woman. But when they say this, they mainly mean relationships. They want to blur roles. But watch what else it says.
More. It implies that one can be more or less of a man based on behavior.
But that's the truth, though. Even women say that. Keanu and other ladies listening, how many of y'all have ever dated a man? Y'all dated more than one man in your life, and you said to yourself that, judging between the men you dated, one was more of a man than the other.
Yes.
Based on how they act and how they treated you. Have y'all ever done that, ladies? Y'all tell me. Am I tripping?
Yes.
You ain't gonna tell me that behavior doesn't determine if a man is more or less than a man. Women tell us that all the time. I'm pretty sure even a woman who wrote this, if she got mad enough, you ain't no real man. Oh, so that means that you got a standard of what a real man is then. Don't tell me that you see all men the same based on behavior. Behavior does determine if you are a man or not. Same thing with a woman. We ain't talking about biologically, we're talking about characteristically. But continue.
It's a phrase that has long outlived its usefulness, assuming it was ever useful at all.
Oh, it was always useful, and it always will be useful. Y'all can see right now. I ain't got to. Y'all can see the way this woman is writing. She probably don't really like men. You can hear it in her words. You can hear that hate in her words. But watch what else it says. Go ahead.
I am committed to never uttering those two words to my son or using them in reference to anyone else.
I am committed to never uttering those two words to or using them in reference to anyone else. And I guarantee you at least one of them probably in that gay pride parade. Because she don't want her son to man up. That's bad. Telling your son to man up, Keanu. Telling Caleb to man up is bad.
Man.
But watch what else she says, because she's just on some stupid stuff. But that's what they got to do. The words what? Go ahead.
What? Oh,
read that part.
The words we need to be using instead of man up should be grow up.
But why would we replace man up with grow up when if we say man up, it don't always referring to doing adult male stuff? You see how she ain't got no sense? She want to substitute it with something that it doesn't always mean that. Man up can mean a young man needs to grow up, be more mature as a man, but it also can mean how he's supposed to act as a man. He's supposed to act more manly, meaning he ain't acting like a girl. He ain't acting all soft and effeminate. That right there has nothing to do with being an adult. That's a characteristic.
Right.
But she wants to just get rid of it and call it grow up, as if all man up means is grow up, be more mature. Right. That's not all man up means.
Nope.
In fact, when we looked at the definition of man up, it didn't even say anything about child responsibilities or adult. It just meant how you face the challenges. In other words, Sister Keanu, based on the definition of it, how old is Caleb? 11, 12? How old is he?
12.
That means Caleb, depending on how he faces a challenge or an obligation, if he does it in a manly way, that means he manned up. He's only 12.
Right.
So it doesn't have anything to do with you growing up or being an adult. It just means how you handle a situation. That's all the definition said, didn't it?
Yes.
That's all it said. You can say he's acting like a man. But that's good, because we ain't got to read the rest of it. But now that y'all see all of that, is it safe to say that the vast majority, and you can look this up for yourself, of this world got a problem with the phrase man up? Can everybody see that? Do everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
They do.
We see that, right? Now, let's go to the scriptures, because now I'm going to show y'all a conspiracy. Y'all heard me right. A conspiracy to take man up out the Bible. I'm going to show y'all that. Y'all didn't think they were going to actually go on God's turf? See, that's the secular world we've been reading about. I'm going to show you they don't got on God's turf. That's our turf. I'm going to show y'all some stuff. Like I said, man, strap yourselves in. Let's go to first Kings 2. Y'all wonder why I be doubling down like this, man. Y'all don't understand what's going on. It's 1 Kings 2. This is when David is on his deathbed and he's giving instructions to Solomon. Watch what he tells him. 1 Kings 2, 1-2.
This is 1 Kings 2.
Mm-hmm.
1 Kings 2, verse 1. And it reads, Now the days of David drew nigh, that he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man.
It says, I go the way of all the earth. Look how he preferenced this, Kellebrew. Be strong, therefore, and show yourself a what?
A man.
What is he associating with being strong, Kellebrew?
Being a man.
Keanu?
Being a man.
Chat? Being a man, right? Gideon, what is he associating with it? Being a man. So what is he basically telling his son? He was already an adult. So what is he telling him? What's the title of this class?
Man up.
Man up. Notice the first thing he said was, be strong. And that's the first thing he said?
First thing he said.
Definition, Merriam-Webster. Man up, to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge in a way that is considered strong or manly. What did David tell Solomon to do? Man up. Do anybody disagree with that? Or is that the very definition that we read? First thing he says, be strong and show yourself a man. Two words that appear right in the definition of man up.
Mm.
And this is a father to a son.
Right.
This is father to son. And David was definitely a strong man. And don't tell me David didn't show emotions. David was very emotional. David cried, David wept, all of that. So don't tell me that manning up means not showing any emotion. David killed a lion and a bear with his bare hands. David slew Goliath. And yet David was emotional and expressed his feelings. If you don't think David expressed his feelings, that he wasn't open about his emotions, you ain't read the book of Psalms. That's all David was doing in the book of Psalms, outpouring his emotions.
Right.
So don't tell me manning up means you can't express yourself emotionally or open up emotionally. Get out of here with that. I don't know no man that don't did what David did that's considered manly. You ain't never killed a lion and a bear with your bare hands. You've never slayed a 9, 10, 11 foot tall giant. You want a battle warrior going out slaying entire armies? You weren't doing that. That's as manly as you can get. And yet the man was very open emotionally. But he told him to man up. This is a father to son. He don't say nothing about no woman getting involved, does it? But watch what else he says that has stuff to do with this. Because he told him, this is how you show yourself a man. Be strong, show yourself a man. Now read verse 3, Caliber.
This is 1 Kings chapter 2 and verse 3. And it reads, and keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whithersoever thou turnest thyself.
So how does David, in giving instructions to his son, define manning up? Being strong, showing that you are a man. Notice that show it, meaning don't just claim it. Don't just say it.
Mm-hmm.
Show it, prove it. And this is one of the ways you prove it. Keeping the charge of the Lord, thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes and his commandments. Wait a minute. 90% of the Christian church said we ain't even got to keep.
Right.
That mean ain't no real men up in there hardly.
Mm.
Do y'all see how the Bible associates man it up with keeping God's law, statutes, and commandments? I bet y'all didn't think that that was going to be one of the characteristics of being manly, not just being a man of God. Because y'all saying man of God, no, manly.
Right.
See, they don't like to do that. And that's why when you look at the modern day church today, I ain't throwing no shade, but a lot of those guys in there be looking sus as I don't know what. How they be dancing, choir director, how they be directing the choir with the little guitar. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I ain't saying he gay. I ain't saying he gay, but y'all know what I'm talking about. They have all these effeminate-like qualities. See, that law, even if you're not gay, if you're getting away from that law, some of that effeminism, it might still seep in a little bit. You're not gay, though. You still like women. But notice, first thing we read, Father, who was definitely a man among men, telling his son, man up. He said, show yourself strong and a man. But I want y'all to notice something here, because I told y'all there's a conspiracy going on. And a lot of these modern day translations, they don't like people being told to man up. So this is what we're going to do. Go read this in the Good News. I want y'all to read it. Y'all know how much I go to the Good News. Y'all know that. I want you to read just verse 2. 1 Kings 2 and verse 2. And watch what y'all notice. Go ahead.
This is 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 2. In that good news. My time to die has come. Be confident and determined.
Wait a minute. In the Hebrew, the word man is there. The King James translated it, show yourself a man. But did y'all notice what they did in the Good News Bible? Do you notice what they did in the Good News Bible, Calibru, Keanu, and Gideon? What did they do?
They removed the word man.
They took the man out of it. They took the man out of it. Why, oh, why did they take the man out of it in this later translation of the Bible? Why do y'all think they did that? Y'all tell me. Why do y'all think they did that?
They don't want us to man up, man.
They don't want us to man up. They don't want men today to read that and see, oh, wait, we're told to be a man. So they replaced it. Be confident and determined. But it says, show yourself a man. They have made this verse gender neutral. That's what they did to it. See? Do y'all see this? But watch this. Read the same thing in God's word. I go to that one a lot too, don't I, Killabrew? The GW. Read it in God's word.
This is 1 Kings chapter 2 and 2 in God's word. I'm about to leave this world. Be strong and mature.
Be strong and mature. Somehow it don't have the same sting of be strong and show yourself a man. And that's what's in the Hebrew. The word mature, that's not there. It's man. Ish. Why do y'all think they can just let it say what it said? Why y'all think they could do? What was wrong with having it say exactly what it says? Because they don't want us to man up. See, a lot of modern translations left it how it is, but later translations, all these other translations, they want to take it out.
Right.
What's wrong with it saying that? Oh, and I'm going to show y'all incidents of this. They don't want us to man up. So now Satan is on God's turf. He know in the secular world, it's easy to get us to stop saying man up. I showed y'all that with these. Now we're in the Bible. King James, show yourself a man. Be strong. He's associated being a man with being strong. Right? Being fearless, being brave, being courageous. Satan comes along now, that's too much of a gender role. That educates young boys and men on how they should be as a man. So I'm going to make this neutral. Read the same thing in the CEV. That's the contemporary English version. Read the same thing.
This is 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 2 in the CEV translation. And it reads, My son, I will soon die as everyone must, but I want you to be strong and brave.
You see that? Nothing wrong with what it says. Him telling his son, I want you to be strong and brave, but it took the man out of that.
Took it right out of it.
Took it right out. Now, do y'all think this was just a careless choice of rewording? We just doing this, or do you think they deliberately wanted this to be gender neutral, so you cannot see that he's telling this man to man up?
It's on purpose.
It was on purpose. This was intentional. They don't want us to man up. They're trying to make everything neutral, no roles. I ain't saying a woman can't read this and get inspired by this, but y'all know this is mostly for us, men. This is a father to son conversation. And this is why y'all don't understand. A lot of people, y'all be like, man, why you be so tough on these gender roles? Because Satan is behind blurring and confusing and swapping gender roles. Even in these modern day translations, they don't want. They want us to men. Just being men. You ain't done anything. Just being men is toxic. It's evil. And that's the reason why they go out into this world today. And they just said, just telling somebody to man up. I would never say that to any of my two sons. Well, no offense, lady. I think David got more credibility with the Most High than you do. And he told his son to man up. Because Solomon was already a man when he. So if you're telling a man who's already an adult biological male to be a man, that means you're talking about characteristically, not biologically, meaning there are certain traits, attributes that a man has. And one of them is strength. That means we're supposed to be stronger than the women. We don't supposed to cry as easily as them. We don't supposed to be as emotional as them. It don't mean we don't show any emotion. But we don't supposed to be as emotional as them. And if you notice, as I keep always trying to tell y'all, it's always mostly modern women who don't want us to man up. Like the last article we read where that lady said, that's misogyny. Misogyny means the hate of women. Tell one man telling another man to do something. What does that have to do with hating women? Even what he's telling the man to do by manning up. Be a leader, be responsible, be a protector, be a provider. Why would that piss off a woman? Why would Keanu be pissed off if she overheard a conversation between me and Tommy, and I'm telling Tommy, hey man, keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep being a strong man, keep protecting your family, keep providing for your family, keep leading your family in the right direction. Why would that piss Keanu off? Why would she take that as me saying, teaching Tommy to hate women? If anything, she'd be like, oh, Josh is teaching Tommy to love me and our kids. How many people y'all think read these articles before we did that I showed y'all who agreed with him? Thinking that was right. That's insane. I'm going to keep telling my young brothers to do that. I've told some of y'all don't heard me say that before. I told people to man up. I done told Malik to man up in the Q&A before. The man, you need to man up.
Right.
I'm going to keep telling y'all that. Solomon was like, but I don't think I can, Dad. Let's move on. Let's go to Job 38. Let's see what God had to say about this. Y'all want to know what God had to say about it? This is God talking to Job. Y'all know the story. God was testing Job. He let Satan do all this stuff to Job, even though Job didn't sin. Job's friends accused Job of having some kind of secret sin. And that's why God was punishing him. Job was defending himself. But Job defended himself so hard that he became self-righteous. So God had to intervene. And God started asking Job a series of questions. But watch what he tells him to do. It's Job 38. We're going to read verses 1 to 3. Read, please. Now, this is God talking. Go ahead.
This is Job 38 and verse 1. And it reads, Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Girdle up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me.
God told Job, gird up now. In the Bible, gird up means get ready, brace yourself. And he said, like a who? How did God tell Job to answer? Like a
man.
He said, gird up your loins like a man.
Right.
What was God telling Job to do?
Man up.
Man up, because I'm about to ask you some questions. He said, like a man. He said, like a man, y'all. So God can tell man to man up, but man up is a bad thing to say. David told Solomon to man up. God telling Job to man up. That means God sees gender roles. And that's what that means? That means God sees gender roles.
Exactly what
he said, gird up your loins like a man and answer me. But let me show y'all something. What we're going to do is go to the Strong's Exalted Concordance, and we're going to look up the Hebrew word translated like a man. And that is 1397 in the Hebrew. 1397 in the Hebrew. And what's the word, Keanu?
Geber. From age 1396, properly a valiant man or a warrior.
It said properly a valiant man or warrior, valiant, brave, or courageous. So when he told him to answer me like a man, he was telling him to man up, because man up, as we looked at the definitions of it, also is related to being courageous.
Right.
Right? So why would God tell Job to answer me, gird up your loins like a man? And gird up your loins means get ready. I did a whole class on what that means before about the girding up your loins. That means get ready. Sometimes it means get ready to go to war. So what did that mean when he said, gird up your loins like a man? In other words, man up, because I'm about to hit you with something tough. Now look what it said now. Going back to the definition, look what it said. To make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation or a challenge in a way that is considered strong or manly. Let me ask you a question, Kellerbrew, Keanu, Gideon. If God is about to ask you some questions, some tough questions, isn't that a challenge?
Yes.
Sure is.
And then if you read the rest of this chapter, God asked Job a series of questions that he could not answer. Last time I checked, if an answer is too hard for you, if a question is too hard for you to answer, that's the ultimate challenge.
Right.
So he was telling him, man up. It fits the description of the definition. God told Job to man up. Anybody disagree with that? Based on the definition and the usage of the word there. Anybody disagree? Or do we all agree that God himself told Job to man up? What do we all agree on?
We agree.
He told him to man up. You don't ever hear him saying that to no woman in the Bible. So why does the world have a problem with us telling each other man up? When we saw David, a man after God's own heart, told his son to man up. We saw it with Job. He told Job to man up. That means God wants us to man up as men. But let me show y'all something once again. Read this same verse, if you will, in the Good News Bible. Read the same verse. We even looked it up in Hebrew. It said a valiant man, didn't it, Kellebrew?
Yep, that's what it said.
Watch how I read in the Good News. What does it say?
It's Job 38:3 in the Good News. Now stand up straight and answer the question I asked you.
Do you notice what they did there? Again, what did they do, y'all?
Rip the man right out.
Rip the man right out. Sound like somebody don't want us to man up. Even though that's in the original Hebrew, it's in the original Hebrew in 1 Kings chapter 2 as well. Why would these later modern translations take that out of there? Why don't they want it to gird up your loins like a man, you know what I mean, and answer me? Why don't they want that in there? See, Satan has made his way onto God's territory. That's the Bible. That's why they got that out of there. Now they're making Bible translations. Not all modern translations do. There's still a lot to keep it in there. But Satan came over here and say, like, no, we can't have nobody saying the man up, because now that's going to make people think that when we think of strength, courage, leadership, we think of men first. And we don't want no woman to think like that. That hurts women's feelings. So we're going to make it gender neutral so they won't get mad. But that also blurs the roles. See, what I'm trying to show y'all in this Bible is that the blueprint for what it means to be brave, courageous, and I'm going to show y'all later, have knowledge and wisdom. The blueprint is supposed to be the man. That's what makes us manly. When it comes to being righteous, the blueprint is supposed to be the man, and the woman's supposed to follow his lead. And because you got these feminists and these rebellious women and these so-called church women who love rebelling against men, now modern day society, they want to take the man out of man up. That's why even these Bibles do this. Now, in the God's word, strangely enough, they kept it here. I don't know why they kept it there in God's word, but took it out. So we ain't going to read it there. But let's read it in the CEV. Job 38:3.
This is Job 38:3.
They don't want us to man up, do they? Go ahead.
This is Job 38:3 in the CEV. Now get ready to face me. Can you answer the questions I asked?
What happened to the gird up your loins like a man? What happened to that, Kellebrew? Keanu, Gideon?
Took it out.
Chat? Do y'all think this is just a preference, or do y'all think they're deliberately trying to take the man up out the Bible? What do y'all think? Y'all tell me what y'all think. They trying to take the man out. First, Satan did it in the secular world. Now he's worked his way on the God's turf, the Bible translations. They don't want to say, gird up your loins like a man, because some woman gonna say, well, I can't be like a man. Actually, in that sense, you can. You follow our lead.
Right.
We're supposed to be the blueprint. They don't want men to be the symbol, the default symbol of leadership, strength, power, courage. They don't want us to be that. That's why when women hear men tell other men to man up, they got a serious problem with it. Because like I told y'all, when a man operates in his purpose, what God created us to be, we're to be manly men, meaning righteous, brave, courageous, leaders, protectors, providers. Rebellious women don't like that.
Right.
They find any excuse to try to, well, don't say, I would never tell my two sons, I feel sorry for your sons. I feel real sorry for your sons. And if you notice that other woman, she ain't even mentioned nothing about her husband or anything. She might even be a single mother. If you are a single mother, you need to be telling your son when needed to man up. You need to be doing that. But they want our sons to be weak because weak boys turn into weak men. And then weak men go out into this world and they get dominated by domineering, not strong, domineering women. That's what they want. That's why they won't get rid of that man up, get that up out of here. No. Read the same thing in the ERV, easy to read version. Just read it on the contemporary English version. Now you can read that, please.
This is Job 38:3 in the ERV translation. And it reads, brace yourself and get ready to answer the questions I will ask you.
Again, what did they do, Killebrew?
They take that man right out of it.
They took that man right out of there. Why don't they want it? It's in the Hebrew. They didn't want that word man verbatim to be used because they don't want man to be the default symbol of being strong and courageous. They don't want us to be that. It's all that equality stuff. Women are just as strong as men. No, stop it. That's not how God designed it. Y'all are not as strong as we are. Not physically, not emotionally, not mentally. We got y'all beat in every area. Now, I knows I didn't say intellectually. Y'all knows I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Even though sometimes their emotions can cloud their intellect. So women are naturally from an academic standpoint of view, they're smarter. But when their emotions get involved, they just throw all that out the window anyway. So it's kind of like y'all don't.
Right.
Even though technically y'all do. But another stronger attribute blocks that. But I'm trying to figure out why any woman would have a problem with this. Y'all know why. They don't want you to man up. And that's what I'm telling these young lions in training and everybody listening now. We supposed to man up. That's not hurting a woman. This ain't a class attacking women. This is a class teaching us that we're supposed to treat our women right. We're supposed to protect them. We're supposed to be ready to die for our women. Jesus says no greater love than a man has for his friend than to lay down his life for him. That means the ultimate love a man can have for you is being willing to die for you. Ladies. And that's what we do. If somebody come in the house, Tommy is getting up first to check it. He ain't gonna be like, well, Caleb, you don't got a little size on you. Me and Mama gonna wait up here in the closet. No, Tommy getting up.
Right.
He gonna be like, Keanu, I checked last time. It's your turn. Tommy knows every time. He got to do it. Even with Gideon and his fiance, Nee. Gideon knows. Something pop off, he got to jump in front of her. That's love. I don't want you to get hurt, baby. I'm trying to protect you. We got to be brave to do that. You can't protect somebody if you're too scared to do it.
Now, if it sounds like an Asian language, I'm gonna let her go first.
Knowing Nee, she probably would rush ahead of you anyway. You wouldn't even have a choice. I can see her little tiny butt running, frilling. He probably would. You know what I'm saying? But we are supposed to do that. We're supposed to man up. We're supposed to be strong, y'all. We're supposed to be leaders. And if y'all go out into this world and a woman can't accept that, that ain't the woman for you.
That's right.
That's not the woman for you. Y'all got to leave them alone. You're trying to get me to go outside of my purpose. And the hypocrisy, the double standard is when they want you to provide and protect, all of a sudden you the man again.
Mm-hmm.
When it's time to pay for the meal, when we go out on a date, you supposed to be the man. Okay, why is it that when it benefits you, I'm the man? But when I have to start giving you direction, all of a sudden, you ain't got to listen to me. I'm not the man no more.
Right.
In fact, don't even say man up to other men around. I don't like it. I always laugh. It's like we got to keep doing what God told us to do, but y'all don't. That's not fair. I don't care what nobody say. I will never get, if I'm dating any woman and she say, you supposed to be the man, if it's something I'm supposed to be doing, Brother Josh ain't gonna get mad. But I want to hear that same language when I tell your butt to do something. I want you to say, Brother Josh, you supposed to be the man. Therefore, I'm gonna listen to what you say. I want that same energy. That's how it's supposed to be. She tells you to man up. I got to man up. If I'm lacking in that area, I got to man up. You got to man up. And she ain't got to be facetious or trying to, emasculate you. You a punk. You need to man up. I ain't say it like that. She ain't got to use man up in that sense if she's trying to encourage you. But she can if she wants to, if y'all got that understanding, she's trying to be. But manning up means, y'all, we're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be righteous. We're supposed to be brave. And when I say strong, I'm going to even show y'all in the scriptures. That means physically strong. Come
on, somebody.
I mean, getting stronger. That means working out. That means getting your butt in that gym.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show y'all that too. It don't just mean mentally. It don't just mean spiritually. It don't just mean we got to actually be strong. How you going to protect your woman physically if you're weak physically?
Right.
Dude don't even need no gun coming up and up, man. Look at the dude, Kellebrew, man. He a $120 soaking wet. You know what I'm saying? Kellebrew jump in front of his girl. I got this, baby. The burglar. You know you puny if the burglar man with a gun and he take one look at you and he just drop the gun and be like, bet. Run it. He just dropped the gun like, you know what, I don't even need this. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to get strong to be able to protect your woman. That's in the Bible, y'all. I'm going to show y'all that. A lot of y'all need to hit that weight room. I ain't saying you got to be Samson or something, but you got to be strong enough that if it's a one-on-one and you and the man about the same size, you should at least be able to tangle that dude long enough for your wife to get to that tool.
Right.
Something. Cause we be telling these boys to be puny and stuff. Get them on the treadmill. Get them lifting weights. Get them running. Get them in shape. Men are not supposed to be soft. I keep telling y'all that. We're supposed to be hard. That's why our nature, I'm not being perverted, God designed men and women. That's why when we get aroused, we get hard. That is a symbol of what we're supposed to be. That's not perverted. That's what God is showing us. Like we've acted like we're That's why if it was the other way around, we'd be hard all the time. And then when we got aroused, God be trying to tell us that. Remember I told y'all how this stuff is connected to being righteous. What is a symbol of righteous? What is one of the words? It says upright.
Mm-hmm.
What does upright mean? Standing up just like this. What happens when a man gets an erection? Standing up just like this. That's a symbol of a man being upright because it's all connected, y'all. Manliness. I'm going to show y'all that. Yo, this dude is tripping. He just connecting dots that don't connect. Watch me. Watch me work. I'm going to show y'all all of that. It's all connected to being manly. But we don't understand that. We keep letting women tell us what it means to be a man. And most women, not the righteous ones, definitely not the ABT ones, but most women are going to define a man by feminine standards. They want a soft man who they can control and kick around and step on. That's what they want. These wicked modern women. No, we manning up over here, y'all. That's why I said middle finger to all feminists.
Right.
Don't care nothing about none of y'all. Y'all can say whatever. Oh, you're misogynistic. It's the oppressive patriarchy, whatever. I don't care what you got to say. I'm moving in God's purpose. You follow what I'm saying? And a lot of women can't handle that. A lot of women, even if they're not your wife, if they're just somebody you deal with, if they're your subordinate in some kind of way, they can't deal with a guy like that. And I understand that. The culture don't corrupted you. It's your own attitude. It could be a number of things, but a lot of women are not ready for a manly man who operates in God's purpose. They're going to rebel. They're going to fight. You're going to have conflict.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't ready for that, and that's fine. You just don't got to deal with. Look, you going over there somewhere.
Right.
I'm operating in God's purpose. That's what I'm doing. Let's move on. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 3, because I'm going to show you that it got so bad in ancient Israel's time that gender roles were blurred, social roles were blurred, pretty much like it is today. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Isaiah chapter 3. Let me show y'all something. See, these pastors today ain't gonna tell y'all this. Most of these pastors today, most of them, they on some old effeminate energy anyway. We got gay pastors.
Right.
Y'all know women rule the church. Y'all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't a man up in there, not a manly one. Bunch of pushovers and punks. We supposed to be manly, y'all. Ain't no betas. I ain't raising no betas over here. I ain't teaching no betas. Unless I'm teaching a beta how to be an alpha. Alpha just means leader. I'm raising men to be leaders. Not just in their relationships, but in their life. Manly. They call it archaic. They call it sexist. Well, I guess God was a sexist. Told Job to answer him like a man.
Mm-hmm.
I guess David was a sexist when he told Solomon to show yourself a man. Y'all know what show yourself a man? He didn't just tell the man to be a man. He said, show yourself a man. In other words, go out into the world and let everybody see they dealing with a man.
Mm.
Prove that you're a man. Like somebody said, I'm not going to just tell you, I'm going to show you. That means I'm going to prove it to you.
Right.
It's gotten so bad, little boys. Dad, your son, I think I'm a girl. Well, you know, if that's what you think. We'll just roll with that. I wish my son would have told me. I wish Johnny would have told me something like, Dad, what's up, Johnny? I think I'm a girl. Oh, you do? Yeah. Spread your legs. Okay. Hit them right in the balls. See, that wouldn't hurt a girl. You see that tingling that you feeling? That's proof you're a man.
You sure you a girl?
You still feel like a girl? I feel like we need to go to the hospital. That's what you do. We call it a nut check. That's what we call it when we were growing up.
Right.
That's how you do. That's my personal suggestion to any parents, whether you're a single father, single mother, married, your son come to you and he dead serious. Mom, I think I might be a girl. For real? Yeah, I really do. Okay, I need you to spread your legs about this far apart and put your hands on your hips like this. Okay, Mom, I don't know the meaning of this. I don't quite. Oh, my balls. Your what? Say it again. You can say it. My balls. Exactly. Now, when I can kick you down there and it don't hurt, now you're a woman.
Right.
Sometimes you got to go back to the basic. I could go back to the basics. I make my lessons. Now go in there and grab that ice pack out the freezer. And while you waiting for your balls, your swollen balls to go back down, I want you to let that pain remind you that you are a boy. Y'all got to think about it. Y'all seen Friday After Next? I'm a boy, Damien. Y'all remember that? With Cat Williams, Friday After Next? When he was trying to get with Cat Williams, I'm a boy, Damien. Who remember that? Y'all remember that? Give me a W if y'all know that. Give me a W in the chat, because I'm going to drop some on y'all. Did y'all know that the male name Damien comes from the word demon?
Mm.
Did y'all know that? Look it up.
No, I didn't.
Right? So you got a scene in Friday After Next where a man, in a comical way, is trying to rape another man.
Right.
And what does Cat Williams say? I'm a boy, demon. It's like he was rebuking that gay demon spirit on him right then and there.
Mm.
See, I be thinking of little stuff like that. And then they named the character Damien on purpose. Damien means demon. And what did he do to remind Damien that he's a man? He took them pliers and he gripped his testicles. So y'all don't be thinking about little stuff like that. I'm a boy, demon. He was speaking to that demon, that gay demon that he had on him when he was trying to force himself on him.
Hmm.
Stuff be right in your face.
Right.
I'm just telling y'all, man. He was letting them know. There's something for y'all to think about. I be catching little stuff like that. It's funny how they named that character Damien, and this guy's trying to rape him. Whew. Isaiah chapter 3. We're going to read on verses 1 to 5. This is when God is judging Judah, right, for their wickedness. Watch what he tells them. Go ahead. Well, 1 to 6. I meant 1 to 6. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 3 and verse 1. And it reads, For behold, the Lord of hosts, doeth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water.
In other words, he's taking away all of this stuff, like the staff that represents rulership, bread, water that represents like provision. So they finna lose. They finna be down on their rulership, and they finna be down on their, their supplies. Yes, and continue reading.
Verse 2. The mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet and the prudent and the ancient.
This everybody's gonna be affected by it, Kellebrew. The mighty man, the prophet of and the prudent and the ancient. Right? Keep reading.
The captain of 50 and the honorable men and the counselor and the cunning artificial and the eloquent orator.
Orator.
Mm-hmm.
That means somebody who can speak very articulately.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're very articulate with their speech. Oh, this is going to affect everybody that is naming. Watch what else it says. Go ahead.
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them. What do you think that means when he says that, Kellebrew? When he says, I'm going to give them children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them?
That children are going to rule over them. Like rule
in what
Jerusalem.
sense? Well, in what sense do you think it means that?
Like lesser people rule over them.
Well, they're lesser because they're younger, but what this means is I'm going to mess up, because they were already doing this anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm going to mess up the social order of things. In other words, positions that usually have older, more experienced people in it, I'm going to have children in it. And if that happens, that means your system is going to crumble because it's been ran by people who are young and inexperienced.
Right.
That's what he means when he says that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But continue. I'm going to show you that that's what it means. Go ahead.
Verse 5, and it reads, and the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable.
It said, and the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another. In other words, everybody going to each other, and everyone by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient. In other words, the young bucks are going to have the big head thinking they know more than the elders.
Right.
Sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Don't that sound like today?
Yep.
All these young people on college camp, they think they know way more. I'm having 16s and 17-year-olds come here. I'm 45. I turned 45 on the 7th of this month. I'm having 16 and 17-year-olds here talking to me like they think they know more than me. They're behaving proudly against the elders.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't it say that? And then it says, and the base against the honorable. In other words, the base are the people who like the low lives. They don't deserve any respect, but they're going to be talking and acting like they're better than people who actually deserve respect. Don't that sound like today?
Yep.
Anybody else see this happening today in America, all over the world? Y'all let me know in the chat. Give me a W if this sounds familiar to y'all. This is happening right now. Do I be trying to tell these young people coming here, just be disrespectful? Dude, I'm old enough to be a lot of y'all daddy. And you behaving proudly against me. He don't know anything. I know more than him. Then I bring him up on the stage. How old are you? 16. Really?
Right.
Dude, your acne ain't even cleared up yet. And you up here trying to challenge a veteran? My son is older than you. Behaving proudly. That's what was going on back then. But let's see what else. What they got to do with manning up, though. We getting there. Go ahead.
Verse 6, and it reads, when a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, saying,
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. I meant to say 5. I don't know why I said 6. Skip down and read verse 11 and 12. Well, let's see what else. Because this showing how everything is out of whack. Y'all see how everything was reversed?
Mm-hmm.
The young thinking they know more than the old. The low lives thinking they deserve more respect than the honorable. Right?
Yep.
Let's see what else was reversed. Because Israel was wicked. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 3 and 11. And it reads, woe unto the wicked. It shall be ill with him. For the reward of his hands shall be given him.
Now you know he's talking about the wicked people in ancient Israel. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee, cause thee to error, and destroy the ways of thy paths.
He said, as for my people, the children of Israel, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. And then he turns around and says, they which lead thee cause thee to err. Remember, who's ever oppressing you and ruling you, those are the ones who leading you. They're over.
Right.
But he just said those that lead you cause you to err and destroy the way of your paths. In other words, he's telling them in ancient Israel, y'all became so corrupt and backwards. Now the young bucks, they leading y'all, and they young and inexperienced. They don't know anything. So they don't mess that up. And the women are now ruling and leading when the men's supposed to be doing that. And he said, those are the ones leading y'all astray and destroying the way of your path. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're doing now and trying to do. They want the young bucks to take over, and they want the women. to rule over us. And God said this is one of the characteristics of a wicked nation.
Right.
When the women are in charge. If the women are in charge, that means we can't man up.
Mm.
They ain't gonna let us.
Right.
This is why they tried to get Kamala Harris elected. They wanted that woman to be in charge.
Come on, somebody.
See, this stuff is in the Bible. See, they don't like us talking about this stuff like this. It's the truth, though. If y'all notice, when Trump came on the scene, everything about Trump was about manning up. Get all this sharing the same bathroom crap up out of here. Let's get all this other stuff where gender roles are confused up out of here. The left and the liberals hated Trump, but Trump was telling the whole nation to man all the men.
Mm-hmm.
What did Kamala Harris do? She tried to appeal to the women and the weak men. That's why when she was doing her campaign, she got what it was, Megan Thee Stallion, whoever that was, twerking and stuff, dancing at rallies and stuff like that.
Yep.
This is the order of things out of order. And God said, woe unto the wicked. Notice when he described this backwards hierarchy, he described it as the young people ruling, the inexperienced people. You know, they don't know what they're doing. They ain't lived long enough.
Right.
He got the inexperienced men ruling, and he got women ruling. That's how it is today. Especially in the Black community. Everybody knows that the woman rules the Black community part. I'm not attacking Black people. I'm not making it racial. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Don't nobody talk about going to Big Daddy. Everybody talk about going to Big. Don't nobody talk about no Father's Day. Everybody talk about Mother's Day. Black women lead the Black community for the most part. You know, I'm talking as a collective, not in every individual household. Know that. And if that is the case, the Bible says, woe unto the wicked. These are the characteristics of a messed up community where the young people get more respect than the old people and the women rule over the men. And if you read the rest of this, Israel, Judah, eventually was destroyed by the Babylonians and went into captivity. So the lesson we're supposed to learn from this is that in a backward society where we can't man up, because remember, all this happened. The lesson we learn from this is that a society where men can't man up or even be told to man up is doomed for destruction. It's cooked. And y'all wonder why I go so hard against this crap? Y'all wonder why women lost their minds when Trump was elected? Women divorced their husbands if they voted for Trump? Women were withholding sex from their male partners if they voted for Trump? Why? Because they were trying to control their men. Women were even saying that my husband votes for Trump, I'm divorcing him. And some of them actually did. This is Satan, y'all. So I'm telling y'all to man up. So this won't happen. That crap don't fly over here at ABT. I will listen to the suggestions of a woman. If she's right, I'll tell her she's right. If I'm wrong, I'll claim I'm wrong. But ain't no woman finna order me around and rule as a friend, as a wife, as a confidant, none of that. That ain't how we roll over here. Not me. I can't speak to what y'all do and how y'all deal with women and your women, but that ain't how Brother Josh roll. You don't tell me what to do. The men, that's different. You follow what I'm saying? That's different. But this is how it's supposed to be, because this is what happens when we make things backwards, when they go against God's purpose. The way he got it set up is doomed to fail. It ain't got nothing to do with, well, what you're trying to say is that women can't do it. No, I'm saying women weren't meant to do it.
Right.
I'm not saying a woman, a single mother, can't raise a son. I'm not saying that. But let me ask you a question, Killer Brew. Was a single mother meant to raise a son?
No.
How was it supposed to be? Both parents.
Yep.
Right? So people get mad at me because I try to tell people to do stuff the way it was meant to do. I'm not here to debate you on whether it can work the other way or not. That's not what I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell you this is the way we're supposed to do it. I'm not going to default to the way we're not supposed to do it. I'm not going to default to that. Now, things happen. We're not perfect. We make mistakes. We make bad decisions. We all know that. But your bad choices never supposed to become the blueprint.
Right.
And that's what we do. We make bad choices and bad decisions and mistakes, and we make that the new blueprint. Well, my mom never married my dad. I was raised by a single mother, so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to be a single mother and raise my child myself. No! Just because your mom was able to do it does not mean that's how it was meant to be done. Do it the right way. Because if too many people adopt that attitude, then your mom was the exception. She was able to do it. But how many single moms do you think can do it versus the ones that can't?
Many.
And what we try to do is we try to make the exception the rule. And when you do that, now we got a jacked up community, and now we got a jacked up country. And now we got a jacked up world.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happened in ancient Israel. They messed up the hierarchy. They remember, y'all know these women weren't strong enough to get to the position of ruling over them. What did I say? Men use manpower. What do women use, Keller Brew?
Manipulation.
Manipulation.
Yeah, that's the word.
You know, they didn't conquer these men in ancient Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they did it. And the whole nation was out of whack.
Right.
That means somebody back then was saying something similar to man up, and the women were like, nope. None of that. Because they got to the position of rule, and then they say that they rule over them.
Yep, that's what the book say.
That's what it say. Do everybody see that before we move on? Do everybody see that's what was going on in ancient Israel? Do everybody see that? And God called that a wicked people. Let's move on. I try to tell them. Let's go to Proverbs 31. We read this one last week, but now it has a whole powerful context now. Proverbs 31, 1-3. And this is a woman talking. Now this is going to have even more meaning to it. This type of men y'all want, sisters. Looking for a man that's manning up, strong, brave. Not lacking emotion completely, not being afraid to open up emotionally. In fact, opening up emotionally is a strength because men naturally don't want to do it. So if you can do it, that takes strength. It's not a weakness, man.
Right.
It's not a weakness to be vulnerable and open up. That takes strength. That's another reason why they attack manning up, because they are attacking a lot of twisted concepts about what it means to man up. Nowhere, no definition does it say manning up means never showing emotion. Where does it say that at? That's something that men, secular men, invented, and they messed it up.
Right.
Bible don't say that. It don't say that. I'm very expressive. I'll tell a woman anything if she want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't
Open
talk
book.
about that. Now, I can tell y'all a secret to men and sisters if y'all are listening. If a man ever opens up to you, your man, and he tells you something that he's vulnerable about, if you ever use that against him in the future, he will never open up to you again.
That's right.
That's how men do. We're going to clam up. And then you go on the phone with your girlfriend complaining, he never tell me nothing. Yeah. You shamed him for it.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all wonder why we shut down. And then y'all go tell people, man, y'all don't ever want to show y'all emotion and stuff like that. Yes, we do. And then we get into an argument and you throw that right back in our face. And you know what? I ain't telling her nothing else. That's a secret about men that I want y'all sisters to know. You want your man to keep opening up? Don't punish him when he does. He'll become a wellspring then. He'll tell you everything. Me personally, I can't speak for all men, but me personally, I never had that problem. I can express myself very well. I know how to use to tell a woman anything she need me to tell her in the most articulate ways. I can dumb it down. I can be eloquent with it.
Mm-hmm.
But if a woman did the same thing to me, I would shut down on her too. I ain't telling you. Laughed at me, made me feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what they do. Men do that to women too, by the way, sometimes. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But women, even though when women do that, when men do that to women still continue to share. So you got to really keep doing that to a woman for her to just shut down emotionally. And let me tell you something. When a woman checks out, she's checked out like a library book.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Right.
And you got to do a lot for a woman to check out because she naturally wants to share.
Mm-hmm.
So if your woman shut down on you and you know it's on you, boy, you got some work to do because, boy, it's going to be a long time before she open back.
Right.
Because that means you had to really, really be working on her for, like, I don't want nothing else no more. But with us men, it only takes 1 or 2 times for you to make us pay for opening up before we shut down. Don't tell you nothing else. He gonna give you those monotone answers. How was your day, baby? Fine. Did you get that raise? No. You can see something on his mind. You can see he has some stuff to say, but he'll say it to you. And then you wonder why when your best friend come over, he ain't looking at her sexually. He don't want to get with her, but you find out that he just opening up, telling her everything. Why can't he be that open with me, girl? Well, what did you say to him? Then you tell him what you said, how you shamed him. And that's why he just talked to her. Every time Keanu come over, you got a million things to say to her, Josh. You don't talk to me like that no more. Yeah, because Keanu didn't shame me that one time I couldn't perform. I'm just saying, y'all know. Am I lying?
Hey, you ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying.
Am I lying?
You ain't lying, brother.
You made me feel bad about it. I told Keanu about it. She was like, she didn't make me feel bad. This is real stuff. I'm telling y'all. I always tell y'all can call me Bo. Y'all can say this dude is tripping. Y'all ain't ever told me I'm lying or wrong. Don't have that.
You lying, bro.
Ain't ever told me that. That's how I be. Y'all do stuff like that, man. These are tips. So your man never shut down on you. I don't want your point. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I be. After she told me that, man, I ain't got nothing else to say to you, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing else to say to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. Just keeping it real. Proverbs 31. Boy, I got to tell y'all the truth. Other pastors ain't going to tell y'all. I keep telling y'all, I don't talk at y'all. I talk to y'all.
Right.
I talk to y'all, man. I don't cut no corners. I'm direct. I don't care. Y'all need to hear this stuff. We are 2,000 years behind schedule as far as understanding is concerned. We got a lot of catching up to do.
Right.
Proverbs 31. This is a woman. 1-3. Go ahead and read.
Proverbs 31:1. And it reads, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him.
So he learned this from his mother. right? We read this last week. Why was she telling? Go.
What, my son, and what the son of my womb, and what the son of my vows.
Mm-hmm.
Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
Notice that this man's mother is telling him, don't give your strength to women, nor your ways to that which destroyeth kings. This is parallelism. In other words, when it says that which destroys kings, that's still referring to women.
Mm-hmm.
So she's telling her son, don't give your strength to women. Because if you do that, you can't man up.
Right.
You see that? You can't man up. That's right, Cyber Unchained. Like I said earlier, women telling the man how to be a man, but doing it right. You see that?
Right.
Cyber Unchained see it, because that's where I was going to go with this. Remember I said, the only time a woman can tell me what it means to be a real man is if she's married to one, raised one, or her father is one.
Right.
But he said, don't give your strength to women. You can't man up. And that's what the children of Israel did in Isaiah. They gave their strength to women. And it says, to that which destroyeth kings. A king is a ruler. In other words, they destroyed the ruler, not literally, not through physical violence, but through rank and position and through manipulation. And that's how they became the rulers. Men don't get conquered by women. They get seduced.
That's right.
And she can seduce you right out of your power to the point now where we got women saying, don't tell young men or boys and men to man up. That's manipulation, y'all.
Nope.
Because y'all better believe some man listens to this and say, yeah, we don't need to do that. But it all starts, y'all, with you giving your strength to that woman in the first place. Because she can't physically get it out of you. Now, I would never tell my sons to man up. I would never tell them that. I know you won't, because you don't want to have strength and power and be leaders and dominant over women. That's how it happens, y'all. That's the whole process. They can't beat us physically, so they use what God gave them to even the battlefield. They use seduction. They use sex. That's why a guy can work 5 days straight and get his check and go to a strip club and drop it all on a woman that he ain't even gonna sleep. If that ain't manipulation, I don't know what is. If it ain't him giving his strength to a woman, I don't know what is. So one of the things about manning up is not going to no strip club, not paying for no OnlyFans.
Right.
We have to man up, y'all. We have to be strong leaders, courageous. This is what women's supposed to be seeking. Y'all don't want no punks. Only type of woman that want a soft, weak man is a woman who want to be in a man. She wants to lead. You shouldn't have to fight her for that. Because that means if you're fighting her for that role, that means she's out of order.
That's right.
You got to tell her, you got to get up out of here. This ain't going to work. You don't want me to man up. You want to man down. That's what you want. You want people to see us walking in a relationship and the other folks be like, man down, man down. What do man? That means he defeated. What we say when somebody defeated, we say man down. Don't we say that? We got a man down. Yeah, and she the one who put him there.
Right.
But the real sisters, they know. But this is godly, y'all. If this is offending or hurting any woman's feelings, then you need to take that to the throne. You need to ask God, why do I have a problem with the purpose that you created for me as enhancer? Because that's what a woman is, man. She's an enhancer. You know what I'm saying? Brother Josh, saying, Brother Josh, with a good woman, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, 3, Super Saiyan God. That's what a woman's supposed to do. She's supposed to make a man stronger. She's supposed to enhance him. In fact, truth be told, she's supposed to be a part of his man up. She's supposed to help him do that. She doesn't help him be a man. She helps him be a better man.
Right.
There's a lot of women who married men that were out of shape. But she was fit and going to the gym. She got him going to the gym. She got him stronger, hard muscles and stuff like that. She helped him man up. That's what she did.
Right.
Women have been helping men man up since the beginning of time. I hope y'all understand that. They've been helping. That's what they were created to do. Right? But let me show y'all something else, though. Still in Proverbs, speaking of physical strength, right? Let's go to chapter 24 to prove some stuff to y'all. See, they don't like this stuff like this, man. No, we got to man up. I would never tell my sons to man up. That's toxic language. Telling your man to be strong and courageous in a world that demands it?
Right.
What am I supposed to tell my son? This is a hard world. People gonna try to hurt you, manipulate you, but don't be strong. Don't handle it like a man. What? That's crazy. That's Satan, though. Satan love reversing these roles, y'all. Blurring them. Confusing them. So I think I'm a woman. You got 8, 9-year-old kids saying they think.
Crazy.
So if your son say he think you're a Ninja Turtle, you gonna give him a shell?
Maybe.
They probably would. Find a doctor that will perform plastic surgery on him to make him a Ninja Turtle. No. Your little young son say he think you're a girl, kick him in the balls.
Right.
That's what you do. Not hard enough that permanent damage, where he ain't gonna be able to have no kids. Now, just them things sensitive. You ain't gotta hit him too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Just enough for him to know he ain't no girl. See, if I do that to your mama, she ain't gonna feel it like that. You are not a girl. We got children telling parents what they are and parents going along with it. Doesn't that sound like children ruling over the adults?
Yep. That's exactly what it sounds like.
Just like what it said in Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
Children rule. If children rule over you, that means they make decisions. They make the rules. That means your 8-year-old son says, I identify as a girl. If they rule over you, if you're subject to them, you're going to be like, well, that's what you do. I agree with you. Y'all know Gabriel Union and what the best. His son was a minor when he first said that.
Yep.
Dwayne Wade, not Dwight Howard. Dwayne Wade. Y'all know who don't follow basketball is Dwayne Wade. I think his boy was real young when he said that. And the stepmother, a woman, from what I hear, I don't know if it's true, but from what I hear, she was the main one pushing it. Let him be what he wants to be. Once again, be women. He did exactly what Proverbs 31 said don't do. He gave his strength to a woman. And then he got a little effeminate son walking around here, confused as I don't know what. Scared to tell his own boy to man up. All that money, though, all that fame, and too scared to tell your own son. Yep, it happened with Magic Johnson, too. Got men. We used to look up to them.
Right.
As a young boy, I looked up to Magic Johnson. Now I'm finding out that he's encouraging his son to be like that. See, when you're young and from the projects and you come up poor like I did, when you see rich celebrities, you often fantasize they were your dad. I wish that was my dad, you know, I have a lot of money, stuff like that. Come to find out, if he was my dad, I'd probably be a woman. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
It's crazy when you look at it like that, ain't it? When you really look at it like that, dang, imagine just dressing like a woman, it's awesome. I identify as one. Obviously, neither one of them told their sons to man up. Your son ain't gonna end up like that, not at least not under your watch, if you keep telling him to man up. See, when I was growing up, you weren't even allowed to sit in a way that resembled how a woman sit. What you crossing your legs like that, boy? Sit up. Spread your legs wide apart and lean forward like that. We couldn't even have effeminate gestures. We'll get punched in the chest. When I was coming up, nowadays they encourage it. I'm telling y'all, man. Look at this though. Proverbs 24, one verse. Verse 5. Read that.
This is Proverbs 24 and verse 5. And it reads, a wise man is strong. Yeah, a man of knowledge increaseth strength.
It didn't say strong just in knowledge. It just say a wise man is strong. Yea, a man of knowledge increaseth in strength. And that word man translated there is the same one translated man in Job 30 when he said, gird up your loins like a man, which means valiant and courageous. So you know it's talking about physical strength. And then it says, yea, a man of knowledge increaseth strength. Meaning, if you got knowledge, you're going to continue to get stronger.
Amen.
That's talking about physical strength right there. So it said a wise man is strong. That's why when it said increase of, that's how you know it's physical strength, because it said increase of strength. Because we're supposed to be strong as men, y'all. Right. And trying to get stronger. Y'all know how y'all be watching the anime? What do the antagonists of every fighting anime is always trying to do? Tell me, Kelly Brew.
Get stronger.
Get stronger. Y'all see how it's all lining up? It says increase of strength. What that means is if you wise and you got knowledge, you're always trying to get stronger. You watch Naruto, always trying to get stronger. You watch Dragon Ball Z, always trying to get stronger. Solo leveling, always trying to get stronger. Hunter x Hunter, always trying to get stronger. In other words, y'all, the Asians understand it.
They sure do.
The Asian community got this down packed. That's why all of their antagonists in these shows, this is all you got to do. You watch any anime, pick any one you want. Go to season 1 and look at the antagonist and go all the way to the end. And by the time you get to the last season of the last episode, the difference in strength between episode 1 and the final episode is day and night. Y'all ever notice that? It's day and night. Why do they make it like that? Because they know that a wise man, a manly man, is always trying to get stronger, always trying to push his limits. That's what that means. This was in the Bible too.
Right.
Solomon wrote this. a wise man is strong. Yay, because you got to try to effeminize this. It just be like strong-willed or strong. No, it just that's all. And the word they use there is talking about physical, because it's about a valiant man. They use that word just like, and they said a warrior. That was the other definition of it. They used that word to talk about physical strength and capability.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you know it's talking about physical strength. And then it says, yea, a man of knowledge increaseth strength. I mean, he's trying to get stronger. That's what I meant when I said, y'all get them boys in the hope room. And I said, I'm reading that chapter in the weight room. I read in the weight room.
Right.
Get these boys strong. Get these boys moving around. If you're a grown man, you just been slacking off, get your butt in the gym, buy some weights. Get the muscles up. Get that chest big.
Man.
If you strong and you're wise, you say you're going to try to increase it. Get your cardio up.
Right.
I bet y'all did not expect this class to talk about manning up, meaning getting actually physically stronger. Did you expect that, Kellabrew?
No.
That's what we're supposed to be doing. Y'all know how women are jumping. You being too hard on him.
That's exactly what they say.
Exactly. I understand, concerned mother. I'm not crazy. But we're supposed to be trying to get strong. Women are supposed to get strong too, but women aren't supposed to try to get.
Right.
So y'all be want to get hard. I don't want to go in the kitchen and you and I cook and I smack your butt and I hurt my hand. I be in that style master, baby. My butt don't got tone. No, that's not tone. That's hard.
Right.
Your booty harder than mine. That's what these women be trying to do. Y'all don't supposed to be hard. You can get a flat stomach. You can tone your arms, but you're still supposed to be soft and feminine. I keep telling y'all that. We're supposed to be masculine and hard with the muscles and all of that stuff. Right. I be seeing these women and these bodybuilding women. They ain't nothing more disgusting to me than that. I think fat women are more attractive than that. Because a fat woman still looks like a woman. I still see breasts and softness. The muscular women, that is so nasty looking to me. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They're extremely one. I'm not talking about a woman that got like some nice tone. Y'all know the one I'm talking about that got bodybuilder, like looking like, professional bodybuilder. That stuff look disgusting on the woman.
It's not a
I be
pretty
want to
picture.
throw up. I get with a fat woman before that. At least she's soft. At least she's soft. I'm just saying. She got that part, don't she? I'm just telling y'all, man, that these gender roles, they want to swap everything around. But this verse said we're supposed to be strong, didn't it?
Right.
And keep getting stronger. So this right here is a reference. If we're wise, they say a wise man is strong. So if you tell me you're wise, you're supposed to have some type of strength. And it's saying physical strength. And it says, yea, a man of knowledge increaseth his strength. So if you got knowledge, you're supposed to get stronger. And again, This is talking about physical strength. You tell by the Hebrew word and everything, it's talking about physical strength. So get your butt in that gym, lift some weights, buy some weights, get stronger. Women love it anyway. Women love a man that can pick. Women love being picked up. Y'all know they do.
Right.
But y'all got to meet us halfway too, just because, what I'm saying, I'm 50 don't mean I want to.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Hey, you ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying.
I'm just saying. I want to be able to carry you across the threshold. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just talking. But now let's get even deeper with this. Let's go to 4th Maccabees in the Apocrypha. 4th Maccabees to show y'all that manning up is related to righteousness. 4th Maccabees. You got that one, Keanu?
Yes, sir.
You got that one, Keller Brew?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. 4th Maccabees. Y'all can learn a lot about this one. Let me get here with y'all. 4th Maccabees, we're going to go chapter 2, and we're going to read verses 21 to 23. 4th Maccabees. If y'all don't have it, Keanu is sharing it on screen so y'all can follow along. And it's going all the way back to creation, y'all. And what I like about, let me just give y'all a little background. 4th Maccabees. The author is unknown, y'all. But what I like about it is a fusion of Hebrew, laws and Stoicism. Stoicism, y'all can look that up. It is a fusion of the two. And they fuse together very. So it talks about the philosophy of logic and reasoning. But it also puts in that stuff about manning up. But 4th Maccabees, chapter 2, 21 to 23. When you get there, read, please.
This is 4th Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse 21. And it reads, For at the time when God created man, he implanted within him his passions and moral nature.
It says, for at the time when God created man, he implanted within him his passions and moral nature. This is talking about when that means upon Adam being created, God implanted in him his passions. That means like his emotions, his feelings, his desires, and his moral nature, meaning his moral compass, his ability to know right from wrong. But watch what else it says he did.
Verse 22. And at that time, he enthroned above all the holy leader mind through the medium of the senses.
Now it says at that time, he enthroned above all, that means above his man's passions, his emotions, his moral nature. What he put above that was a holy leader mind, meaning man was created to be a holy leader, have the mind of a holy leader.
Come on, somebody.
Through the medium of the senses, meaning this holy leader mind was supposed to be above man's passions and moral nations, and nature, and therefore dictate his senses. That's what he did, right? That's what God gave Adam, and that passed on through every man.
Right.
But watch what else it says. Verse 23.
Verse 23, and it reads, and he gave a law to this mind, by living according to which it will maintain a temperate and just and good and manly reign.
What kind of reign?
And manly reign.
A girly reign.
And manly reign.
An effeminate reign.
And manly reign.
That means from the moment God created Adam, he created him to man up.
That's right.
The very first man, it says, and he gave a law to his mind. That law to his mind that it's talking about is that same holy leader mind. By living according to which, if you live according to that holy leader mind, it will maintain a temperate means you can control your emotions. And just, that's that righteousness, and good and manly reign. Yes, it says manly. And this applies to all men. That's what we were created to be.
Come on, somebody.
We're supposed to have a manly reign. It also said holy leader mind. That means we're supposed to have a leader mindset. We are supposed to be in control of our emotions. Who is this in the chat? Oh boy. Oh boy. Looks like we got us a beta male.
Sure is, brother.
Acting just like a beta male. Add me up. Watch me refute these clowns. See? Acting just like attention. I want attention. Who acts like that, y'all?
Women.
Who jumps up and down? It's only two type of people that act. Women and children. Y'all see? Don't even know what's going on.
We'll add you up into the stage if you could say in the chat what this class is about. And if you can also just say what this class is about. And also, you know what? Add 2 verses that we went to besides the one that's on screen right now. If you do that and show that you've been paying attention, you're more than welcome to come up, my man. We reward those. Question mark?
You got a question?
Yeah.
You know what you're talking about, G-Young.
If you tell us what we're talking about, I watch these other streams. No, we're talking about this one. If you could tell us what this class is about and show 2 verses. Oh, you insulted the. So you come in. Okay. I refute your.
We're not the Protestant church. We're not the Protestant church. Wrong room, buddy. We're not the Protestant church.
You got the wrong guys, my man. My bad. Okay. Misunderstanding. You thought we were Protestant, so okay.
You think anybody? See, they think anybody that don't agree with Catholicism is Protestant.
Laugh, but don't add me up. I told you what to do to add to come up. If you do those things, I'll gladly add you up. We can only add those who are listening. So hopefully,
you know what that's called. You know what that's called. In logical fallacy, that's called a false dilemma. A false dilemma is when you say it's either this or that. He believed that if we don't agree with the Catholic Church, either we'll agree with the Catholic Church or we're Protestants.
Okay. That's half of it. But now you got to put the 2 verses. Put 2 verses in and you're in, buddy. Besides the one that's up on screen. If you put 2 verses that you're in here, then you're more than welcome to come up. Or you could just wait here, set a timer for about 2 hours, and then you could join the stage. We're not gonna, you know what? Here, I'm gonna put you on mute for 2 hours, and then you could come in during the Q&A, and you can say whatever you want. I feel like that's a fair thing to do. So just put that thing for 2 hours, and then you can come right back. Yeah,
you ain't letting me refute.
Come back in 2 hours on the Q&A.
I want y'all to see. I'm glad GDL is putting this out. Do y'all see what kind of energy these guys are on? Do y'all see that? We know who Clement was, but why should we care? He don't have a book in the Bible.
Oh, he's muted. Don't even worry about it. He's muted. So, but it's only for an hour though. So if you said a thing for 2 hours,
he's an idiot.
Come back in 2 hours, my friend, and then you can come up on stage.
I saw some other streams, and now I'm here. You follow what I'm saying? In other words, translation, y'all, I got butt hurt and in my feelings, and now I came to get back at him. He pretty late too. I've been saying stuff about the Catholic Church. I mean, what class did he hear? You feel me? Like he late. He don't want to man up though, y'all. He don't want to man up. That's what it is. He want to do something else. But getting back to what we was talking about, right? When you go back to verse 23, read it again.
Oh, my bad. This is 4th Maccabees 2:23. It reads, and he gave a law to this mind by living according to which it will maintain a temperate, just, and good, and manly reign.
So if we let God's nature that he implanted in us, right, and that law that he gave to our mind, if we let that dictate our actions, we will maintain a temperate, that means we are in control of our emotions, and just, that means righteousness, and good, and manly reign. What does manly mean, Killebrew?
To be a man.
Be a man. That means doing something in a manly way.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that what that means?
Right.
So what are you doing talking about manly stuff if we're not supposed to man up? Right. We've seen it in the Bible and we're seeing it in the Apocrypha. They all agree we're supposed to be manly men and man up, and women are supposed to follow us. But let me show you something else what it says about this. Go back to chapter 1. And we're going to read 1-6.
4th Maccabees chapter 1.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it funny though, Killebrew, Keanu, and Gideon? We talking about manning up, and a guy comes in here with a bone to pick.
Right.
Isn't that crazy? When I'm talking about Catholicism stuff, he didn't catch that live.
Mm-hmm.
But when I talk about manning up, and I seen the comment where he said about saying this man stuff, like he'll refute that, right? Do y'all see how they do? Betas. I all got to bring the weak men over here trying to, no, this ain't for you. Take that weak stuff over there somewhere else, man. I'm not ripping up no betas over here. Alphas. And that's what the Bible tells us to be. Notice that everything I'm showing y'all coming from scripture. Y'all notice that? All of it. All of it. Manly. Right? And if they use the word manly, y'all know that means, because going back to the original definition, Killebrew, Merriam-Webster, man up to make an effort to deal with something such as an obligation, a challenge in a way that's considered strong and manly. Killebrew, let me ask you a question, Brew.
Go ahead, brother.
Is it a challenge for us to keep our emotions in check at all?
Sure is.
Is it a challenge to deal with other people in this world that can provoke you and try to get you off your square? Is that a challenge?
Sure is.
And notice that manning up means dealing with that challenge in a strong and manly way. And according to the Bible, man was created to deal with stuff in a strong and manly way. In other words, sisters and brothers, God created us to man up.
Mm.
So you know, when you're talking about manning up and another man comes over and he wants to try to disrupt that, that's beta. He don't want you to man up. He want women to rule. That's what he wants. No, thank you. They always trying to bring the punks to your spot. And we've seen what happened when they do that. What happens? Now we got gay pastors.
Right.
Nah. Being disruptive. Notice it said one of the characteristics of a manly reign is temperate. That means you can control yourself. Let me ask y'all a question in the chat. That guy who came here, and I'm asking you this too, Gideon. Did he seem like he could control himself? Y'all tell me in the chat. Did it seem like he could control himself? So according to the Bible, what did you say, Gideon?
Say it would have been funny if he came during the triggered class.
Right. He couldn't control himself. And what did the Bible say about people who can't control themselves? According to what we just read, does that mean, is he a man? According to the Bible characteristics, is he manly? No, he can't control himself.
Mm.
See, I'm showing y'all that's why they can't sit quiet. Okay, Gideon, I'll just wait until the class is over. Still, I refute these. Can't even sit there and be quiet. You have no temperance. You have no self-control. See, this is why this class is important, because it ain't just talking about physical attributes. It's telling you that a man keeps his emotions in check. It doesn't mean he never shows emotions. That means he keeps them in check, meaning his emotions are not inappropriate when he shows them. A lot of these guys coming up in here, they were never taught by fathers or father figures that you need to chill and be patient and keep your mouth shut until it's your turn to speak. You can't control yourself. You're not a man. You act like a child. This is how we're supposed to be. This is why this class is important. Because now y'all can see, judging by the Bible, a lot of men are men today in biology only. In biology only. As far as like characteristics and behavior, they are not men. They act like women and children. They're effeminate. That's how they act. That's why that guy couldn't sit still. Gideon talking all nice to him. Just wait. Gideon had to mute him. He couldn't shut up. No temperance. What? 4th Maccabees, chapter 1, verses 1-6. Go ahead, Keller Brew.
This is 4th Maccabees, chapter 1, and verse 1. And it reads, as I'm going to demonstrate a most philosophical proposition, namely that religious reasoning is absolute master of the passions, I will willingly advise you to give the utmost heed to philosophy.
So the author of 4 Maccabees opens up. He says, I am going to demonstrate a most philosophical proposition. That's that Stoicism. I love Stoicism, by the way. And I love the Bible even more. So the two combined here is awesome. And in my upcoming book, my book is actually a fusion of biblical principles and Stoicism. So if you love one, two, or both of them, you're going to really enjoy this. I'm just telling y'all, right?
We need that book, bro.
But look what it said. It says, namely, that religious reasoning. Now, it didn't just say reasoning. It said religious reasoning. Reasoning means your logic, your rationale, your rational thinking. So he's saying that your religious, he said, namely, that is absolute master of the passions. That means your emotions or your desires. But what does it got to do with manning up? You're going to see. Continue.
Verse 2. For reason is necessary to everyone as a step to science. And more especially does it embrace the praise of prudence, the highest virtue.
It said for a reason, that means logic, is necessary to everyone as a step to science, which means knowledge. If you notice today, in the modern society, they have thrown out all logic. What is the woman? Well, it's whoever identifies as a woman. That's illogical. They don't operate in logic. But logic is necessary for everyone as a step to knowledge. And more important, especially, does it embrace the praise of prudence, the highest virtue. Keep reading. Watch what it says.
Verse 3. If then reasoning appears to hold the mastery over the passions which stand in the way of temperance, such as gluttony and lust.
It says, if then reasoning, logic, appears to hold the mastery over the passions, remember that's religious reasoning, that's religious logic, has mastery over the passions, that mean your feelings or your desires, which stand, what do? Which stand in the way of temperance, your passions, your feelings, they stand in the way of temperance. That means self-control. Then he tells you some examples, such as gluttony and lust. Y'all know what gluttony is. We did a whole class on that. What he's showing you here is that if you are a glutton, you eat too much, now you're fat, you're overweight, that means you're not giving in to your religious or your religious logic, which he lets you know is the law and the word of God. If you keep reading this. Right? Well, read verse 4.
4th Maccabees chapter 1 verse 4, and it reads, and it surely also and manifestly has the rule over the affections which are contrary to justice, such as malice, and of those which are hindrance to manliness, as wrath and pain and fear.
Look what it says. It surely also and manifestly, mean clearly, obviously, has the rule about your religious reasoning, logic, because our logic is supposed to be based off of our religion, and our religion is the scripture. Y'all understand that? Everybody got that so far, right?
Right.
It says it's surely our reasoning, our logic, also and manifestly has the rule over the affections, which are contrary. Our affections being our emotions, our feelings. They are contrary to justice. This is the reason why when I did that class about an eye for an eye, notice that people's emotions were contrary to what true justice was.
Right.
And what eye for an eye really means.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says such as malice. Malice means evil intent, malicious thoughts. And those, but this is the important part, and those, these affections, which are hindrances to manliness. That means this will hinder you being manly. What hinders being manly? As wrath, that means you can't control your anger. And pain, how is pain a hindrance to manliness? What that means is you don't supposed to be so quick to try to show your pain. That's why when a little boy falls down and he's hurt, but not severely hurt, you tell him, boy, get up, stop crying.
Right.
And fear. So these are hindrances to being manly. Wrath, that means uncontrollable rage or anger. Pain, any little thing you get. And fear, scared of everything. No, this said these are hindrances to manliness. See, nobody likes to talk about that. But if you let your religious reasoning rule, then you have your emotions in check. That means you don't have wrath. You can endure pain. You are fearless. You can even endure extreme pain, because in this same chapter, he gets off into, the woman with her 7 sons that endured torturous devices and went through a great deal of pain. But their religious reasoning helped them overcome even that.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying it's powerful enough to do that. The same thing happened with Jesus. Jesus knew how brutal it would be. That's why he prayed and said, let this cup pass from me. But he still went through with it. Why? Because of that manliness, that religious reasoning. That means he overcame that fear, because he was afraid. It tells you that. But read verse 5.
4th Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 5. And it reads, how then is it, perhaps some may say, that reasoning, if it rules the affection, is not also master of forgetfulness and ignorance? They attempt a ridiculous argument.
So he said, how then is it, perhaps some may say, that reasoning, if it rules the affections, over the emotions, right, is not also master of forgetfulness and ignorance? They attempt a ridiculous argument. He says they attempt a ridiculous argument when they try to turn reasoning against forgetfulness or ignorance, or try to say that it somehow is contrary to that. But watch what he says.
Verse 6. For reasoning does not rule over its own affections, but over such as are contrary to justice, and manliness, and temperance, and prudence, and yet over these, so as to withstand without destroying them.
Look what he said. For reasoning does not rule over its own affections. That means the right feelings, the right emotions, right? It doesn't get rid of them, nor is it contrary to them. It says reasoning rules, but over, this is what it rules over, but over such as are contrary, is ruling over affections or emotions that are contrary to justice and manliness and temperance. In other words, y'all can see that manliness is a part of being a man of God.
Right.
And it says our reasoning. This lets me know when people say, I was born gay. Gay being gay, homosexual, lesbian, that is a feeling, that is an affection. If you were really true to your religious reasoning, logic, Bible, it would rule over that affection, which is contrary.
Mm.
So much for our born gay, y'all.
Right.
It says it's gonna rule, it's gonna be over things that are contrary to justice. So your reasoning is gonna be over things that are contrary to justice, meaning you're gonna judge correctly. They're not gonna judge based on emotion. That's why you can't even talk to people about politics and the Bible, because it's all affections, emotions with them. But our logic is based on our religion, and our religion is the Bible.
That's right.
But reasoning is against such as are contrary, the affections that are contrary to justice, manliness, and temperance. And an affection that's contrary to manliness, Kellerbrew, is women out there saying, stop telling boys and men to man.
Right.
That's contrary to the Bible. That's what this is saying right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's contrary to manliness if you can't even tell somebody to man up. Do everybody understand that this is what this is saying? That that there are affections that are contrary to manliness and temperance. But where'd you stop at? Verse 6?
Verse 6. Mm-hmm.
Okay, skip down and read verses 14 to 18. See, our religion, the word, the Bible, is supposed to make us contrary to our personal feelings. This is what this is saying. This is basically saying the same thing that I say every time I open up, leaving out all personal opinions, speculations, and beliefs.
Right.
That's why a lot of people coming here, they all about their feelings. I give y'all scripture. I put the scripture ahead of my feelings, my affections. That's what we all supposed to do. And that's why they describe it as a manly trait, because we know that women are more feelings-based than logic-based. Am I right, Kellerbrew?
You sure is.
Chat, am I right? Are women more feelings-based or logic-based? Y'all tell me before we continue reading.
Feelings-based. Feelings-based.
They're more feelings-based. That's why they call this a manly trait. We don't supposed to be all in our feelings like that when it comes to logic. That's why when you watch all these videos with Kevin Samuels and Cooley and Angry Man, all these, every sentence they say starts with, well, I feel. They always say that, I feel, I feel, I feel. And what these men try to do is try to teach them to operate more in logic, in reasoning. And I'm doubling down on the sisters here because our logic is supposed to be based off the Bible.
That's right.
So you're in your feelings so much as a sister, you're putting your feelings before the word of God.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't just putting it before logic, you're putting it before the word of God. This is why it's dangerous to give a woman your strength, because if you give her your strength, she's going to be directing you according to her feelings, not according to the religious logic that we're supposed to be going by, which is the word of God. You're not going to be able to man up. She's going to put a glass ceiling on that. Nope. But notice what we're reading is manning up is what God created us to do. It said he gave us a manly reign. It says manning up means not just physical strength, it means having a holy mindset. It also means having temperance, controlling your wrath, right? All these positive attributes, and we're going to keep reading. Go ahead and read.
This is 4th Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 14. Let us determine then what is reasoning, and what passion, and how many forms of passions, and whether reasoning bears sway over all of these.
Look what he said. Let us determine then, what is reasoning? And reasoning just means logic or rational thinking. And what passion? Y'all know passion means emotions and desires. And how many forms of the passions? Like how many different kind of emotions or desires are there? And whether reasoning bears sway over all of these. In other words, can reason direct all of these? Can reasoning, can logic keep these in check? This is screaming stoicism, and I love it. Because being stoicism is all about logic. And the Art of Maccabees is combining that with the word of God. And it makes a very powerful fusion. But read verse 15. Watch what he says.
Verse 15, and it reads, reasoning is then intellect accompanied by a life of rectitude, putting more foremost the consideration of wisdom.
Well, boy, he's really breaking it down now, Keller.
Sure
reasoning is then intellect, that means intelligence, accompanied by a life of rectitude. Life of rectitude means of moral. You're upright. You got ethics.
Right.
This is what reasoning is, our religious reason from the Bible, right? It says it's intellect, so you got to be intelligent, accompanied by a life of rectitude, putting foremost, that means putting first up front, the consideration of wisdom. That means first thing you're doing is considering or thinking about what's wise.
Right.
There's all this stuff about reasoning. What did all this got to do with manning up, though? Keep reading.
Verse 16, and it reads, and wisdom is a knowledge of divine and human things and of their causes.
And wisdom is knowledge of divine, that means things pertaining to God, and human things and of their causes, meaning what causes these things and knowledge of them. Keep reading.
Verse 17, and this is contained in the education of the law.
Of the what?
Of the law.
What law?
The law of God.
Also known as the law of what?
The law of Moses.
Which most Christians today want to get rid of.
That's right.
Notice that everything that gives us wisdom, knowledge of the divine, it says in the law, right? Keep reading. What else it says?
By means of which we learn divine things fervently and human things profitably. By
which we learn divine things reverently, that means with respect, and human things profitably. That means we learn how to profit through learning about human things.
Right.
Right? Watch what he says in verse 18. What else do we learn?
In verse 18, and it reads, and the forms of wisdom are prudence and justice and manliness and temperance.
Hold up. And the forms with an S of wisdom, meaning these are indications that you got wisdom. Prudence, justice, manliness, and temperance.
Come on, somebody.
That's one of the attributes of wisdom, y'all. Manliness.
Right.
Are y'all reading the same thing that I'm reading, or y'all getting anything different out of this? Y'all tell me, Kellebrew, Keanu, Gideon, chat.
What the book say?
Or y'all get anything out of this different? It says manliness. You can't tell me you got wisdom, but you're not manly. And manliness refers to, like what it means, but it means like strong courage. It also means, believe it or not, it also means excellence. If you look it up in some lexicons, this Greek word here, it also means excellence. But it's letting you know that being manly is the default go-to that defines these things. Manning up means being prudent, having justice, and being manly. and being able to control yourself. This guy keeps saying manliness. Why? Because we're supposed to man up. Ain't that what we're reading, y'all? Are we supposed to be manning up, or what?
That's what the
But
book
it's not
says.
just giving it physical strength, is it? It's also giving you characteristics. We're supposed to be righteous. We're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be brave. We're supposed to be leader. We're supposed to have a holy leader mindset. We're supposed to reign manly. That's what this is saying. And yet today, don't tell nobody to man up. That's what most people are telling us. They don't want y'all to have any of these things. They want us to be a bunch of effeminate, acting boys. And it's these evil women, not all of them, because y'all know I don't speak it applies to these evil women out here. That's why they can't stand men like me. That's why a lot of women who used to study with ABT and don't anymore, don't. They hear stuff like this. Nah, no, I don't like that. But they all claim they love the Bible, right? But they don't want you to man up. They don't want you to lead. They don't want you to have structure, because men have structure. A lot of women don't like structure. A lot of women like chaos. A lot of women only want you to be the man when things get out of control. But while you're trying to maintain control, they don't want to hear nothing you got to say. They don't want you to prevent. They want you to clean up. See, men try to prevent problems before they happen. Women like you to solve problems. I want a problem solver. No, you want a problem preventer. That's what you really want.
Right.
That's why you see a lot of these modern women today got 2, 3 baby daddies online. I want a six-figure man, 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs. So you want a man who's a leader, accomplished, and in shape, right? And you're none of those things.
Right.
So what do you want him to do? You want him to come clean it up. You want him to come clean up your problems, solve your problems, solve your financial problems, maybe even get you in the gym, get you working out, getting your body right. You want him to come and do all that for you. Because women today, they want problem solvers, not problem preventers. How do I know that? Because they'd rather do what they want to do and cause a problem than you fix it. But no, if we manning up, we can't let y'all do that. We got to have a manly reign that has prudence, right? And what else that other one said? Manliness. And it also said temperance. And that's that key one, that temperance. That's that self-control. Y'all understand?
Yes, sir.
And they don't like that type of stuff right there, because that shows you what kind of man you're dealing with, right? But you know what prudent really means, though? Have you ever looked up that word? Prudence means thinking about the future, planning ahead. See, prudence, the leading one of these is prudence. That means we always thinking ahead, always planning ahead. That's what a manly man does when he mans up. He's thinking ahead. He's planning ahead. A lot of women today, they do stuff in the spur of the moment. You were thinking ahead if you got 3 baby daddies. You ain't gonna tell me you thinking ahead if you weigh 250 pounds and you know that if you keep doing that in the future, it's gonna affect your health. You're not thinking that. That's not prudence. You're spending money like crazy. You're not thinking about how it's gonna affect you in the future. That's not prudence. A manly man who mans up, he's supposed to have all of this stuff. He's supposed to have all of that under control. And guess what gives us the ability to have mastery? Because it said mastery, didn't it, Keller Brew? Mastery.
That's what's up.
Over these things, God's word. That's how you know a lot of people ain't in God's word. And that's one of the attributes of it. We are supposed to be manning up, and they don't want us to do it. Y'all read the articles, and there's plenty more online. That's a bad thing. It's too much pressure. Oh, it's a lot of pressure. I ain't never said it ain't no pressure. I never said that. But the world is not going to soften for us.
Right.
You got to be hard for a hard world. That's how it works. We supposed to be telling our men, man up. You follow what I'm saying? Work through the pain. That's why when you go online, what you see online, a bunch of women whining and crying about the life being too hard, but they're single. You wouldn't have to do that if you just let your man up. Let a man up and let him lead you with that holy leader mind that God implanted into all of mankind when he created them. But y'all don't want to let the man up. You don't even want him to tell people to man up. But yet, when things get out of control, who they want to fix everything?
The man.
They want the man to fix it. Y'all need to be telling y'all sons to man up. Ain't nothing wrong with a mother. Keanu can tell Caleb to man up because she's married to a manly man. She can tell him that. If he acting, you know what I'm saying, out of character, yo, you need to man up, man. Stop doing that. They tell us that's toxic. No. And then you wonder why your son, he grew up big, he grew up strong, he in the gym, he got muscles, he got the strength, but he can't control his emotions. Part of being a man, part of manning up means to have your emotions in check. It's a lot of dudes in and out of prison who are muscular, and they would knock me out in a single punch. They will one-shot me. They'll be on Saitama, one punch man, when it comes to Brother Josh.
Right.
But they can't keep their emotions in check. Because they were raised by women, and they see how emotional women are, and you got a bunch of emotional men. See, a man to get mad, you call him emotional because he knows he's physically stronger than you. He'll knock you out. And he thinks that makes him more manly. Just on a strength level, yeah. But emotionally, you're a woman. And you got a lot of men who are real strong, and they don't have any control over their emotions. That's why they can't stay in and out of jail. They have no temperance. Temperance means you ain't got no control over your emotions. And part of being a man, as we've been saying, they keep saying that temperance, don't it? Temperance. That keeps coming up. That's why when guys be coming in here, I tell them in a minute, man, acting like a female. That's not an insult to women. Women are more emotional. We got men coming acting like little girls, acting like women. That's why we even be checking our own when they do. Don't do that, man. That, no. Y'all not supposed to be acting like that. The Bible gives attributes, characteristics, and a lot of us, we don't been taught by our own fathers. Not single mothers, our own fathers. Dad is in the house to be effeminate, to be weak, to be soft. And then we send them out into the world and wonder why the world kicking their butt. Like we don't know how hard the world is. Even if I didn't agree, I got to say, hey, this world is hard, right? Everybody agree with that.
Right.
How they gonna survive in the world as men? People picking on your son. He don't even fight back. I ain't mad at my son if he take a beating. I'm mad at my son if he stands there and take a beating. He's bullying me. Go upside his head. He's bigger than me. Go upside his head with something. Know what I tell my son? If he getting bullied by a bigger or older boy, then he got to even the playing field some kind of way. Pick up a bat and crack his head. I tell him I told. I'll come get you out. But don't you stand there and just let some kid bully you and put hands on you. You let people know early. You got to teach your son early. It's going to be other boys out there that are going to try to bully you and try to push you around. You got to let other men know early, other young boys know early, that's not who I am. You're going to get a fight every time you put hands on me. It ain't matter if I win or lose. It's matter if you put hands on me, I'm going to put hands back on you. I'm defending myself, in other words. You teaching your son, no, don't man up, you know what I'm saying? That's how you're supposed to be. That's why we got all these little wimpy boys out here now. That was unheard of when I was growing up. Dad, I don't know if I'm a boy or not. Boy, what? Even if we had them kind of thoughts, we never said that crap out loud. We already knew what that was. And guess what? If we had those thoughts, we grew up out of it, became productive men in society. It was a phase.
Right.
So some stuff with these young boys, even as teenagers in early college, like homosexual stuff, it be phases. The reason why it stick with some more than others because this world enables.
Mm-hmm.
But if we were just like, man, go on with all that crap, a lot of them just go through it and they'll be done with it. But we don't like to talk about that kind of stuff because everybody want to castrate our men. We ain't doing that. I'm going to tell y'all to man up. If y'all over here, if y'all didn't know, especially my young lions, you know, the Keller Brews, the Dust Bins, the Izell ACs. If y'all didn't know, y'all know now. Y'all got to man up. We ain't playing that little boy stuff, that girl stuff. We got to act like men. Y'all going to be. Y'all supposed to be taking charge. And let me tell y'all on a little secret. Women love that stuff anyway. They try to act like they don't. I keep telling y'all this stuff. You get the most ornery, aggressive woman. She's like that. That's who she is. I'm not lying. I'm not saying that's not who she is. But let me tell y'all something about women. And women can correct me if I'm wrong. Women make rules for the guys they don't like, and they break rules for the guys they do. Y'all understand that? Y'all probably heard that before. Let me say it again. They make rules for the boys or the men they don't like, and they break rules for the guys they do. Mm-hmm. An example would be if a woman don't really like Brother Josh, she'll tell everybody in the world, oh, I don't have sex on the first date. I make dudes wait 90 days. And she really means that. That's her rule. She really means that. She's not lying. That's her rule. Because she can't break it if it's not an actual rule, right, Keller Brew?
Right.
She really means that. She don't like me like that. I can be over there trying to kiss on all that. No, I ain't ready for all that. But if she really likes Keller Brew getting the draws the same night.
You ain't lied about that, brother.
That is the truth. That is the truth. Y'all know I'm not lying. They will break the rules for the men they like. So why am I giving that analogy? Where am I going with this? Because you got women who will be like, yo, I ain't gonna ever be submissive to no man. We got to have an equal partnership. He ain't gonna be my leader. He ain't gonna. But the ones you do, you gonna bow down. That's what women do. Mm-hmm. That's why you can have one man buying a woman flowers, letting her borrow his car, taking her wherever she wants to go, and she won't give in nothing to him. But then you got one guy don't do none of that stuff for her, talk to her any kind of way, but he don't take no crap from her. He's like, yo, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing what I want to do. That triggers something in her that makes her respect him. He don't let me push him around. He don't let me walk over him. I love that. I love a man who take charge and put me in my place. And that's why he laid up in there in the bed with her right now while she texting you, asking her to send her some money so she can buy something off Cash App. So she can buy something off DoorDash. And you sending it to her. And she getting it delivered to her house, and the guy laid up in the bed who don't do nothing for her, eating off of your dollar. Women do this all the time, and all the women in the know I'm telling the truth. That's why ain't none of them in there disagree with me. They know they don't done it. At some point, in some kind of way. They know they don't done it. And I'm not mad at them for doing it. Y'all know why? Because what do Brother Josh always say when they come to Keller Brew?
Cut off. Say it again one more time.
I said, what do I always say about women when they come to, I never get mad at a woman for
being a woman.
For being a woman. That's in their nature. Their nature is to disrespect the betas and to respect the alphas. That's their nature. You want a woman respect, you got to take lead.
Right.
You got to show her I ain't doing that. That's what they want. And then you meet her years later and she married and you see the couple, dang, when I was with her, she didn't do none of that for me. Yeah, because she didn't really like you. You weren't manly enough. So I don't know why women be trying to play like they don't be rating manliness. Yes, they do. Don't fall for it, fellas. They be like, yo, I don't like y'all telling people to man up, but y'all got y'all own little ranking of people manning up. Don't play these games with me. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I don't want y'all to be out here simping. They love that stuff like that. That's why that thug can get whatever he wants without doing hardly anything for her. She driving your car. He driving hers. Y'all understand? The reason why these women respect these Pookies and these Ray Rays is because they are attracted to their aggressive masculine nature. Why do y'all think women like bad boys? Have y'all ever wondered that? So I'm gonna get in my psychology bag on y'all right quick. Do y'all want to know why women like bad boys? Do y'all want me to tell you? Keller Brew, Keanu, chat. They like bad boys because bad boys do what they want, when they want, and they have a take charge personality, and that turns women on. And that turns women, hold on, it's my alarm. Jeez. And that turns women on. They're not attracted to the fact that he's actually like breaking the law or anything like that. It's the fact that he got the nerve and courage to do it. Oh, he bold. That's risky. Don't he know what'll happen to him if he gets caught? Of course he knows. Oh, that's brave. I'm here to tell y'all that's the secret. That's the secret sauce. I don't care how much crap they talk. They like manly men. Now, I'm not saying every woman, because y'all don't want to speak in absolutes, but the majority of them, you show them you'll take charge, take no nonsense type of mess, you keep her on red when she texts you all night long. And then call her back and she'll jump to the phone when you pulling up. But that beta, he texting her all night. She keeping him on red. He buying her flowers. Every time she tells him to do something, he jumping up and running. They ain't got respect for that. That's not manly. He ain't manning up. Women don't like a man. Let me tell y'all something else too. Women don't like a man that tell them no, but they respect him. Y'all understand? They don't like them. I ain't say they don't love them. They don't like a man telling them no, but they respect them. And respect, the ones they respect is the ones they, who get them. I don't see this, y'all. That's what it means to man up. You taking charge. I'm the leader. This ain't negotiable. I am the leader. You follow me. That's how we gonna do this. Well, I don't want to. Okay, fine. I bet I find somebody else who will. That's how you gotta be. You gotta let them know, like, okay, if you want some billions of other women on the planet who will and want to. They want to do it. In fact, in most women nature, it is. Y'all will be so surprised how quick a lot of these so-called modern women would flip the script if men really locked down and became manly men. They would get on our page. It's part of their biology. They're wired to. In other words, y'all, we are half 50% responsible for why women treat us the way they do. 50% of that is on us. They didn't do it through force, did they? They can't conquer us, can they, Keller Brew? They can't do it physically.
Right.
That means we surrender.
Mm-hmm.
And a woman don't respect the man that surrenders. She just don't. I'm just telling y'all the truth. That's how they go. It's part of the man up process. But let's move on. Let's go to the last one. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. I be trying to tell y'all this stuff, man. Y'all be wondering why. I've been calling her like crazy. She don't respond to none of my calls because she don't respond. You ain't taking charge.
All right.
You got to make a woman feel like when you give her your time, that's a privilege. That's how you got to be. That's a privilege. I can't believe he took the time to call me. I know how busy he is. I know how much he got going. And he was thinking about me in the midst of all of that and time out to call me. Y'all be all in their DMs. Ooh, girl, you so beautiful. And she just eating it all up, but you ain't finna get picked. I'm just telling y'all the truth. You're not manly. You follow what I'm saying? That's how I be. I don't care. And y'all know I'm not just capping. I actually lived this. I remember one time I did that class and I told y'all that if a woman is not your wife, you don't be telling her all your information when she asking you what you doing, where you at. And to prove that, I had a sister text me that and asked me that, and I screenshotted it and I showed it to somebody. I forgot who it was. I said, see, and I told them exactly what if they ask you what you doing and they ain't your wife or, your fiance, just some girl you talking to, what did I tell them? If y'all remember, what do y'all tell women when they ask you what you doing and they ain't your wife or your fiance? What I say y'all tell them? Who remember? When they ask you, what are you doing? Exactly, JJ.
Oh.
Me.
Oh, yeah, me. Yeah.
That's what you ask them. That's what you tell them. When they ask you what you doing, you say, I'm doing me. You are not my wife. You are not my fiance. Don't be asking me all of these questions all up in my business. You're not, you haven't earned that yet. That's a wife benefit. That's a fiance benefit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is. You let them know right now. Now, if you talking like that, you got to let them know some stuff because trying to be with her. You owe that to your wife. You owe that to your fiance. But you don't owe some chick you just talking to, telling her what you doing and where you at all times. You do not do that. What you doing? What you mean? What am I doing? I don't even tell a woman my work schedule if we ain't talking like that. She don't even know my work schedule. You know why? Because when you tell a woman your work schedule, now she's already monopolizing your free time in her head. Oh, I know he work at 6 and he get off at 2:30. So around about 3 o'clock, he ain't got no excuse not to talk to me. That's how they think. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm just talking. So you don't tell them that. What's your work schedule? It varies. And that's the truth for me, so I ain't got to lie about it. It varies. But you tell her that work schedule, she's like, he get off at 2:30. I'm giving about 30 minutes. So about 3 o'clock, I'm going to call. If he don't answer the phone, I'm going to get on this case because I know he got time to talk. And then they resenting you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving y'all a little bit of it. Oh, by the way, just in case y'all didn't know, I got another book coming out after the one I'm about to publish. I'm just saying y'all know this. It's time to stop playing. Y'all need to know this. This is all biblical stuff. All biblical. 1 Corinthians chapter 16. Now, this is Paul talking. Y'all know everybody's favorite apostle, right? Until they disagree with him. Look at, he pulled it up. Look at JJ. That's who I sent it to. I see him a screenshot of that. What you doing? Don't respond with a short. I said, me. That's what I'm doing. What you doing? That's exactly what I did. I forgot who it was. That was JJ. Y'all think I'd be lying? Y'all think I'd be lying? I live this stuff. No disrespect to any women, but y'all know, like, I wouldn't expect husband benefits from y'all if I'm y'all husband or engaged to y'all or talking to y'all like I want to be your husband.
Right.
That's the problem with y'all. Y'all be giving these women all these benefits and they ain't even earned them yet. No. What am I doing? Where you at? I don't have women text me, call me, where you at? I said, I am where I am where I am.
Right.
Where am I at? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sisters, this is how I'm giving y'all a little tip. The good sisters. Don't ask a man what he doing. Just ask him, are you free to talk? Are you busy? Y'all see how much better that sounds?
Right.
That don't sound intrusive. That don't sound nosy. Just be like, are you busy? Can you talk right now? That's it. Don't start laying claim on his time. Because when you say, what you doing? What are you doing? It's like, okay, what am I doing? Like, what's all that mean? What am I doing? Oh my goodness. 1 Corinthians chapter 16, 12 to 13. This is Paul talking. Read that, please.
This is 1 Corinthians 16 and verse 12. It reads, as touching our brother Apollos, I greatly desire him to come unto you with the brethren, but his will was not at all to come at this time. But he will come when he shall have convenient time.
And it's just Paul talking about Apollos. Y'all read about him in the Bible too. Watch what he says in verse 13. Watch what he tells these Corinthians to do. Read that.
Verse 13, and it reads, watch ye, stand fast in the faith. Quick you like men. Be strong.
Then he said, watch ye, stand fast in the faith, quit you like men, be strong. That word quit here doesn't mean quit like it means in the modern day. Stop doing something.
Right.
What it means is act like a man. I'm going to prove that to y'all right now. Go to the Strong's Exalted Concordance, please, Keanu. In the Greek section, 407. This is the word translated, quit like men. Look what Paul is telling them to do. This is what this means. This is Paul now. This ain't Josh. This is Paul, y'all favorite apostle. This is just the King James way of writing it. What's that Greek word?
Adrizomai. Middle voice from G 435 to act manly.
Hold on, whoa. To do what, Keanu?
To act manly.
Kellebrew, read that again, but where you see quit like men, replace it with act manly? Read that, please.
1 Corinthians 16 and 13. And it reads, watch ye, stand fast in the faith, act manly, be strong.
Notice that he associating acting manly with being what?
Being strong.
Isn't that exactly what David did with Solomon when he said, show thyself a man and be strong?
That's right.
So why is Paul telling people to act manly?
Because he wants us to man up.
He wants us to man up. In other words, Paul was saying, man up.
That's right.
So your favorite apostle in the entire Bible telling you as a Christian man to man up. Well, how do you know this ain't talking to women too, Josh? It is, but they supposed to follow the lead of the man, meaning have the characteristics of acting manly, mean being brave and courageous in the faith. But he still used the man as a template to describe what it means to be manly, to be brave. So he told the Christian men are told to be manly. And then he says, be strong. So Paul told us to man up. But that woman, I would never tell my two sons to man up. And I guarantee she identifies some kind of Christian. Paul told your sons to man up. He said, act manly, behave like a man, act like a man. And these were already men he was talking to. So if you're already talking to a man and you're telling him to act manly, you're telling him to man up. Do everybody see that? But let me ask you a question, Keanu. When you looked up that Greek word, what name of an apostle in the Bible, one of Jesus' apostles, did that sound like? Of the 12 apostles. Y'all tell me in the chat if y'all think y'all know. What name of one of his apostles? It's Andrew.
Oh.
Now do me a favor. Now do me a favor, Keanu. Go to the Greek and look up the name Andrew. First, just type it in, hover over the Greek word, the Greek entry. Just look up Andrew. I'm gonna show y'all something. Because there's an etymological link between that Greek word you just looked up and the name Andrew. And let's see what the name Andrew means. One of Jesus' apostles. So y'all can see, I don't got to make stuff up. There, she got it. And what's that name?
Andreas.
And that is the Spanish equivalent of Andrew. For all y'all who know Andreas, y'all know Grand Theft Auto Andreas. That's the same. And what does that name mean?
Manly.
Manly. Wait a minute. If he's already a man when he was born, he was born a male, why is there a name that actually means manly? Because that's describing what his parents wanted him to do when he grew up. They want him to be manly. They want him to man up. And look what it says. And what is it from? Get that hover over. The root word is from Greek 435. Just hover over. I don't know if it'll work for you.
It brings it up for me, but you won't be able to see it. It says anire, and it's a primary word compared to G 444. A man, properly.
A man. Do y'all see that? A man. The name Andrew means manly. Now, if they didn't have a concept of being manly, how is there a name that means manly? Not man, manly. How's there a name that means that? One of Jesus' apostles had a name that meant manly. You can't get around this, right? But let me show y'all something very significant about what we just read in 1 Corinthians 16 and 13. We're going to do exactly what we did last time. Paul said, act manly, right? Read it in the GNB, the good news.
1 Corinthians 16 and 13 in the good news. And it reads,
good news. What does it say?
Be alert, stand firm in the faith, be brave, be strong.
Wait a minute. What did they just do right there, Keller Brew? Again.
Rip the manly out again.
Even though in the King James it said quit like me. The word quit mean act or behave like. Why did they take it out?
They don't want us to man up.
They didn't want us to man up. Paul telling us to man up.
Right.
Read the same thing in the GW, God's word. Read that.
1 Corinthians 16 and 13 in the God's word. It reads, be alert, be firm in the Christian faith, be courageous and strong.
Be courageous and strong. What happened to act like a man?
It ain't there.
Once again, took it out. Because they don't want us to man up, y'all. That's too sexist. No, we are the blueprint. We are the template, man, for leader, strong, courageous. Like you say, man, you're acting like dogs. You're making the dog the blueprint for animal-like behavior. So when the Bible tells us to act like man, it's making man the blueprint for bravery and courage, because that's what we're supposed to be. One more, the CEV, Contemporary English Version.
1 Corinthians 16, 13 in the CEV. It says, keep alert. Keep alert. Be firm in your faith. Stay brave and strong.
What did they do again?
They ripped the man out of it, brother.
Rip the man out of it once again. Do y'all think these are incidental or deliberate? Deliberate.
Gotta be.
Why? Because they don't want us to man up. Even though in the original Greek and in the King James, it has the wording quit, which means act or behave like a man. They don't want it to offend the women. That's too sexist. That's too man-specific. That's toxic. Let's retranslate it and make it gender neutral. But yet, we can see all throughout the book that even the Apostle Paul told us to act manly. So, sisters and brothers, I have shown you the concept of man up in the Bible. The secular world wants you to believe that telling our young men and our adult males to man up is toxic. But God told Job to do it. David told Solomon to do it. All throughout the book of Proverbs and in other religious books, wisdom books, we're all talking about the importance of being manly. Even in the book of Maccabees, it associates it with our creation. We were created to have a manly reign, a holy leader mind. We're even told in Proverbs to be strong, physically strong. A wise man is strong, yea, he increaseth his strength. That was talking about physical strength. Manliness, man up. So the next time somebody tells you that if you say man up, that's toxic, that's harmful to men and young boys, simply show them the information in this class. And maybe, just maybe, if it's a woman and she got sons, heck, if she even got a husband, she'll tell them, you know what? It's time for y'all to man up too. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay, y'all. First of all, shout out to all 78 people on Discord in the audience. And on Clubhouse, shout out to 4, 8, 12, 15, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27. And the 27 people on Clubhouse. For all y'all who don't know, Nicole, I don't know how you end up in the order, inviting you back up so you can come back up on the stage. Nicole, on Clubhouse. Right? Yeah, sometimes, you leave and you come back. There you go. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for coming out today. As many of y'all know, we do this live every Saturday, every Shabbat. First, we go on Clubhouse, right? I try to play some nice gospel music for y'all at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Clubhouse. I try to play some nice gospel music for y'all for about 30 minutes. And then the class starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Discord and Clubhouse and Twitch and YouTube, right? So 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 30 minutes of inspirational music. Class starts around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And y'all know time is about to get set back. Let's see, fall back is about to be set back. So when it does, I'll let y'all know because we're going to get started earlier. Y'all know that. That's how we do. If anybody is interested in making a donation, if you feel blessed by what you're hearing and just like to show some support, you can do so one of 3 ways. The first way you can donate is through PayPal using our email address, which is Absolute Bible Truth Forever at yahoo.com. That's Absolute Bible Truth, the number 4, EVA at yahoo.com. You don't have to spell out the word 4. You just type numerical digit 4. It's Absolute Bible Truth Forever at yahoo.com. And you can, Keanu's going to be posting information in the chat, or she's going to screen share it. You can also donate that way at the same email address using Apple Pay. And of course, the other way you can donate is through Cash App using the Cash App tag, which is money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. Again, that's money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And in case you're wondering, that stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministries. So at this time, we're going to get to the Q&A. Y'all know how we do this. First, I do the Q and I let my reader and whoever else is on the stage ask any question, make any comment they want, and then we let people from the audience go. So since Keller Brew was reading for me today, he gets to go first. Keller Brew, anything you want to add about today's?
Hey man, you know what I'm saying? Praise God. Did it again, bro. Came through with another good one, man. I appreciate that, bro, because you hitting the nail with a lot of things that I've personally been through myself. You know what I'm saying? Coming up as a man. So, you know what I'm saying? This is definitely one for the books to go back and just learn from. You know what I'm saying? And just better my ways of being a man, especially, like you were saying in class for the young folks. I wish I heard this when I was 18, 17 years old. You know what I'm saying? So you did your thing, brother. You know what I'm saying? As always. So praise God. Shabbat shalom to everybody in the audience and the stage.
Praise God. Praise God. And I appreciate you reading it for you on today and all the commentary you had and that you were edified by today's class. Praise God. And now moving on to Sister Keanu. Anything you'd like to add about today's class?
This was a great class. I was curious what you meant before class started when you were like, this includes the women too. And then you started talking about the women. I was like, yeah, it includes those women. But no, this was a great class. My son had a lot of commentary throughout it. And it's just very edifying as usual.
Praise God. Praise God. And I appreciate you reading today and all the work you did, reading these articles and stuff, and that you were edified and that the family was edified. And now we got not Keanu, but we got Gideon and or Nee. Anything either of you would like to add about today's class?
Definitely manning up. One thing I gotta say is I don't know if it's crazy the way I don't know if his name is Nonce, but it's spelled like Nonce. I don't know if people know what that means, but that means pedo in like a it's like British slang. I don't know if he meant to make it like that or not. Oh,
It's noise. It's like it
noise.
says noise.
Okay.
Noise.
Yeah, my man.
Like,
you might
know
want
people
to.
say nice, but they say noise.
I thought you made
it's
it
noise.
nonce. Oh, that's how you spell it. Nonce. Okay, it's Nonce. Okay, never mind. But I gotta give a shout out to him. You know, I don't know if he. I'm gonna ask him. Did you set an alarm or did you just come back? Because you know, he was. Oh, he came back. You know what? Hey, I gotta give credit.
Right quick. I'll be right back. Y'all.
Didn't set an alarm. Hey, man, that's very valid. But you know, great class as always. Just kind of going over the fundamentals and stuff, remembering everything, and you know, it is kind of sad how today's society is. How they, huh? Oh, I was talking to everybody in here. And then, you know, shout out to everybody in here, man. This last week, freaking, we caught 3 Preds, and you know what's crazy? The weird thing is whenever they man up and they just take responsibility. Like we posted a dude yesterday. Dude was a successful businessman, was in a 10-year marriage, had a great job at his company, and we caught him and he manned up to everything. He didn't lie, he didn't beat around the bush. He was just straight up about it. And he's facing 9 felonies now. So, you know, he's definitely done for and cooked. But it's just crazy. Like when they man up, I have so much more respect for them. I don't respect what they did or them as people per se, but you know, you can't help but like have respect for somebody who's like when they mess up, they own up to it and stuff. And you know, if anything, it's just gonna make them whenever they're on Judgment Day, it's gonna be even better. I've been server muted for a year, by the way, literally insane. Well, I mean, that's impossible. If you were server muted, you wouldn't be able to talk in here right now. But yeah, y'all, great class, and yeah.
Praise God, Gideon, praise God. So we're gonna start with you said nonce. I thought it was pronounced noise. You know,
No, it's noise. It's noise. It's noise.
Yeah. So now we got Noise here. He came back. Noise,
Okay.
that's your name.
I don't know who server muted him, but
yeah, it's Noise, not nonce. I'm not a pedophile.
I did. Wow. How old are you, Noise?
Oh, I'm actually 13, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious, bro. I've studied theology for like years, for like a year, bro. I know what I'm talking about. I know it sounds young, but I know what I'm talking about. Don't base someone off their age.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. Don't base someone off their age.
No, I'm not age.
Yo, you
I'm
good?
13 and they be playing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm asking. We got guys who studied with us that started out at 13. You know what I'm saying? Like
okay.
Prism.
Okay.
Yeah, Prism was 13 when he started studying with us. 14, probably about to be 15.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pushing 14.
Okay, so you said you're here to refute something you heard us say in past stream.
Yeah,
right.
Gideon was talking about. I think it was the argument that you shouldn't call anyone father, and how we talk, and that we call priests father. Apparently, this is a contradiction between the Catholic Church.
Gideon said that, or the Bible said that?
Gideon said that.
Did Gideon get it from the Bible?
Yeah, but it was completely out of context.
Well, okay. Well, can you take us to the verse and show us the correct context of when Jesus?
All right. So the verse literally talks about as in gods, not literally calling someone your father, because you call your dad father, right?
That's not what. Hold on. Whoa. That's not what Gideon said. Gideon did not. You can't call your actual father or grandfather father. He did not say that. If you think that's what he said, then you're already arguing against something that he didn't mean. He's not saying like Gideon has a father right now, actual biological father. Gideon was not saying you can't call your actual biological father father. It's not the break from Matthew. Is that what you think he was saying?
Sorry, your mic's cutting out a lot. I can't really hear what you're saying.
No, he thinks he's not saying that